Good morning, everybody. I just want to tell you, did I not tell you that Ty would show you what an amazing, dynamic young woman she was? We have a really tight agenda again today. I'd like to tell you that we've done the heavy lifting, but we've got one more heavy lifting day to go. I want to start us off this morning with an opening prayer. If I could have Diane come forward and do a prayer for us. I'm sorry. Hardly give these women time to eat. No, I know.
Good morning to everybody, to all the ladies out there. It's such a beautiful day. Another day to get up and say thank you, Creator, for all the things that we're seeing today, all the things that we're going to be going through, and all the beautiful people that are here. And Melanie, I want to thank you so much. And today, I want to ask Creator to stand with us today, all the kokums, to hold your hands. Hold your hands so we'll all be strong. Strong as we go through our day. It's going to be another long day, but that's okay, because we are not here for ourselves. Ksimantu kisagusku kinaskumtana wa uma asamina kutaki sagau kaupi wapahtama kiomina uta kanwimnan ka kioma skuiwak iskuisak koyesiwa kiwe tawapahtama miutihi astse koyes. I want to thank everybody for being here today. I want to thank Creator. Kisagusku is like the Virgin Mary to us in English. Please come and hold our hands today as we go on with another day of work that we have to do for the future generations and for all the young mummies and for all the girls and for all our families that we left behind. Keep them safe, keep them warm, keep their home fires burning over there till we get home to look after them. And as we leave tomorrow to our homelands, let's not forget that we were here for all this week and that we are going to continue in our communities with the work that we have to do. And sometimes that's hard, but we have to do it. That's why we're all here today. Kuinaskumten nutawinan simantu. Hi hi.
So, just a couple of things. So, today, I want you to know that there probably is some heavy stuff that's going to be on, there is some heavy stuff going to be on the agenda. And I want to acknowledge that in Saskatchewan today is a day that is around, and the Saskatchewan ladies will get a chance to talk to us about it later, but it's about the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And a lot of our agenda today is about some of the trauma work that we have to work on. Minister Lametti will be joining us via video at 10 o'clock sharp, I've been told, so we have to try to prepare for that. Are we ready with the... Okay. So one of the things that I want to tell you in the work that we did and when we started doing things is that we knew that we needed our grandmothers to be with us and to working with us all the time. And we have a grandmother's council. And I want to tell you that they've done amazing heart work for us to help us with their healing. So I would have brought them all up here, but as you can tell, our elder Linda has some mobility issues today. So we're going to introduce them all on the circle, but I'm going to try to get them to stand with the exception of Linda so that you can meet our Grandmothers Council. So the first one I'm going to introduce is Kathy Boston. Kathy lives in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and she's looking at me like, why did you put me first? But that's okay. She's been an amazing elder in training, and she's been doing amazing work with our grandmothers. Kathy, please stand. Next is Stella Erasmus, and Stella is from British Columbia, and she's been an amazing elder with our Grandmothers Council. And let me just tell you, these women, when we're doing our trauma work, they're very often at the lead of it, doing the ceremonies with us and supporting us in everything that we do. And then the amazing woman that just opened our prayer and started our day with sunshine and roses is Diane McKay Scoville. She's from Alberta. Ludwig. I don't know why. Oh my God, why did I say? Somebody jumped into the, I'm sorry, no Scoville, Ludwig. And then we have Linda Boudreau, who also comes from St. Paul de Métis, and she reminds him every day, we were de Métis before you were here. So, Linda Boudreau. Semagamous. And for those of you that don't know, Semagamous means the cops. So, she's watching us. Where did my team go? They ran away. Miss Lisa Pigeot, little wildcat. Where did you go? So if I haven't told everybody here yet, Lisa came to work for me after she came to a meeting of Métis women, and we had brought in a hypnotist, and she was sitting on stage. And at one point, I won't tell you all the silly things she did, but at one point, there's videos though, I can tell you that. At one point though, the hypnotist said, do whatever you would, like pretend you're the person that you want to grow up to be and start doing and whatever that person would do and pretend that that's the person you are. So she's kind of like pretending to be on the phone and then on the computer and doing all these weird things. And then he said to her, who are you? I'm Melanie Omanio, she said. So I knew I needed that woman to work for me, and I sewed her onto my right arm. Anyway, Lisa's going to gift each of the grandmothers with a blanket and share this with them. The thing that I would also like to do, and I believe our IT amazing team back there, Yuri, has a video queued up that I want you to see about our grandmothers. By the way, this is part of the hidden agenda again.
LFMO Women of the Métis Nation presents a commemoration for missing and murdered Métis women and girls and gender diverse people.
Every person that's taken too soon is a huge loss to our families and our communities, that it leaves a huge hole in our family and in our communities and in our hearts.
This is a conversation with our cookums. They nurture, educate our communities, sustain our culture, and most importantly, their wisdom heals our hearts, so the spirits of our loved ones are never taken from our heart.
My name is Linda Boudreaux Samaganus, and I live in St. Paul de Métis in Alberta.
Oh, Tantika Kyokiawo. Nuihuin Stella Erasmus Johnson.
Hello, my name is Kathy Boston. I'm from Winnipeg, Manitoba. We have lived here for over 25 years, heartland of our Métis people.
Nia Mahigan Esquio. Kotakuma Nihiawiwin. Diane Mackay Ludwig in Sikason.
Commemoration of missing and murdered Métis women and girls. LFMO's Grandmother's Wisdom Circle is comprised of strong Métis matriarchs and knowledge keepers from across the motherland.
My role as a grandmother in the community is to be a grandmother to whomever needs to learn about culture and history and about how to live a good life, to their connection to their history and their families and their Wakotuin.
I think it is my role as a grandmother to always be there to offer support, to offer guidance, and to mentor a young woman or young girl that needs mentoring from a grandmother. There's not enough grandmothers to go around for all the women and girls that need them. I mean, many have suffered dearly or have passed away or just not here. So I think it is my role to try to help as many girls and women as I can and to be a good example, a good role model for them.
LFMO Otbemsuak worked together with many Indigenous groups, including federal, provincial, and territorial governments, on the development of the National Action Plan to end missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, released on June 3rd, 2021.
Now we have to show the government how serious we are about connecting and helping our young Métis women.
The abuse is still there. It's always kept a secret. Nobody knows until a body is found.
I find that the more we work in a spiritual and culturally connected sense, the more we move forward. And with the plans for a national action plan and a plan to keep the families and survivors involved and active in the process, I think that we're going to move way further than we ever had before. Because it's a time for awakening, it's a time for equality, and it's a time for people to have that feeling of justice for the loved ones that were lost.
Our Grandmother's Wisdom Circle has also overseen the creation of a new sash to honor, comfort, and encourage survivors and families during their time of healing.
And these are going into what are healing kits. And in our healing kits will be various objects like sage and different kinds of teas and really nice inspirational sayings that us grandmothers have come up with and prepared that we've written, and they will be distributed to people that need them.
We will continue to work together as community with acceptance, love, and respect to everything, land, and people. The Miskotaha starts now.
I'm just really happy that as Métis women and grandmothers, that we're getting together and putting our hearts and minds and our skills and knowledge together in a good way so that we can create a better environment for our younger women and the ones that are coming up behind us.
You have so much to offer. You have so much to do. And because we are kukums that are sitting here now, we need you. We need you to take our place, and we need to teach you what we know. Don't be scared to ask. We are going to be there to help you.
Together, we will heal and honor the lives of our loved ones. Merci. If you are affected by the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people and need immediate emotional assistance, call 1-844 413-6649. For more information, visit www.rcanc-cirnac.gc.ca.
So I just want to let you guys know that the other night when Jean Tai was talking about how people coach and groom the elders, well, I got to tell you, in our world, they groom me. And I'm not kidding. They've even dressed me sometimes. So they literally groom me. And they teach me so many wonderful things. But I don't want us to forget. There is one more grandmother, because we do have a council of 5. Suzanne Jackson has been a part of the Grandmothers Council and has done amazing work and helped supported them. She's been one of the artistic creators, actually, even of the councils, in developing posters and messaging and stuff for the Grandmothers Council. So I would be remiss without, but Suzanne's also on my board. So sometimes we have to try to keep the politics separate from what we do with our spiritual life. So anyway, please, and I didn't mean for them to all get up here, but I got to tell you, they've convened council now. So I'm going to get Ty. Do you have the stuff for Tara? She's going to come up here and introduce Tara, and I'm going to help these wonderful women to come down. I don't know which one of us is going to get help. They're probably helping me get off of here. But we're going to help them get back to their tables. Thank you.
Thank you. That was so cute. It was like a bunch of cookum ducklings helping each other up. And then they're traveling out as cookum ducklings. All right, so our first session of the morning is Métis Women's Mental Health in the Context of COVID-19 from Tara Bolio from the Weaving Wellness Center. Tara is a citizen of the Métis Nation of Ontario and is the founder and director of the Weaving Wellness Center, a private clinical and consulting practice specializing in serving Indigenous peoples and communities. She most recently had the privilege of traveling with the Métis delegation who met with Pope Francis in March 2022 to provide mental health support. Tara is also completing her Doctor of Philosophy in the Counseling/Clinical Psychology program at the University of Toronto and has worked extensively with women, trauma survivors, 2S LGBTQ+, and Indigenous peoples on their healing journeys. Tara is a mom of 2 little ones, Bo and Aurora, and she also sits on the Region 8 Women's Representative with the Métis Nation of Ontario's Women Council. Everyone help me in welcoming Tara.
Good morning. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Suzanne, merci for that song to get us started. Just give me a moment while I open up this. How's everyone doing? Good. Wow, good-looking people. Beautiful people. All right. So, we're on a timeline because the minister is going to be joining us at 10 a.m., which means that I'm going to bust a move to get us through some of this content, and the LFMO is just going to have me back. President Omenho. But I'm really delighted to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. I want to say Marcy, Kokum Linda for that beautiful prayer and opening. Or Diane, sorry. not Linda. Yes, thank you. Sorry. Kokum Diane. And I also want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded and unsurrendered territories of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, and extend my thanks to them for taking care of these lands and for defending these lands across many, many generations. I also want to acknowledge that we're gathering in Region 6 of the Métis Nation homeland, and I want to acknowledge the regional representative for the Métis Nation Ontario Women's Council, Cora Bunn, who looks after this region, as well as the Ottawa Region Métis Council Women's Rep, Carol Langlois. I think I'm saying that right. And just to say, all of our women's reps work so tirelessly in community. It's such a privilege to work alongside them. They are the frontline folks, right? They're the women boots on the ground who are serving our people, much like I'm sure many of you folks are as well. And so it's such an honor to get to work alongside the MNOWC and our Community Council Women's Reps in serving our Métis women and Two-Spirit community members. I also want to extend my thanks to President Omenho and the LFMO amazing staff for organizing this. This is so much work to bring everyone together. So merci for all of your amazing, amazing work. Running around, blankets, coats, food. You're all tired and should get a raise when you're all done. Whatever minister is coming, give these good people a raise. That's my policy recommendation. And I want to acknowledge all of the elected leadership, our elders, our senators, our veterans, our youth, our Métis citizens and community members who are in attendance here from the Métis Nation of Ontario, and welcome everyone else from across the motherland to Ontario for our gathering this week. Having said that, I could probably spend an hour thanking everybody, so I don't got that much time. But I'm really excited to be here to talk about something that is really deep within my spirit and heart in terms of the work that I do as a helper in community. So we can go to the next slide. So I was invited to talk about Métis women's mental health and the impacts that have sort of transpired as a result or throughout COVID-19. I always start by introducing myself. So these are some of my ancestors. So my Métis ancestry comes from Qu'Appelle, Saskatchewan and Saint Laurent, Manitoba.
You should have a clicker there.
Do I? Oh, I have a clicker. Thank you. There, it works. Thank you. And these are some of my ancestors, and I won't go into details of my entire story, but I do want to acknowledge them because they are the ones who have allowed me to be here standing in front of you today, talking about Métis mental health, talking about the pride that I carry as a Métis woman, as a Michif woman. And I understand the story of intergenerational trauma. My family has lived that story. But my journey has been one over the better part of 15 to 20 years, reconnecting, learning what it means to be Métis, forging community connection, reintroducing and reconnecting to culture and ceremony and spirituality so that my little ones, Bo and Aurora, grow up within our culture, within this beautiful community that we have across the homeland. So I always acknowledge and thank my ancestors for their spirit in persevering and allowing me to be here today. And so the focus of what I was going to talk about is around kind of exploring understandings of Métis mental health, talking a little bit about what we know kind of from an academic lens and clinical lens around the impact of COVID-19, and really sort of introducing some of the work that we do in our practice and sharing some resources that we have developed from a Métis-specific lens. And I'm going to give you my whole kind of spiel on why I think we need to be investing and focusing on developing programming for ourselves, by our people, for our people, and not culturally adapting stuff anymore. I'm so over culturally adapting anything. I don't want to culturally adapt stuff that's been made for other people by non-Métis people. We really need to be focusing on, and like some of the work the LFMO is doing is exactly that, developing these resources from these cultural community spaces. And so just as another piece of background, so I work as a registered psychotherapist in Ontario. All of my training is as a psychologist. I've been finishing a PhD for the better part of a decade now. It'll happen one day. And I have the great privilege of working with a primarily Indigenous clinical team at our practice, serving First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people on their healing journeys, one-to-one therapy, group therapy, among many other types of services that we provide. And so I wanted to kind of just get us centered into this topic a little bit and kind of put some questions out to you. So when we think about Métis mental health and wellness, what comes to mind for you? And just treat this as I know coffee is still making its way to the synapses, so just take a moment to kind of reflect and center. Yeah. What comes to mind when you think about Métis mental health? What comes up for you? What things contribute to or are unique about Métis people's mental health? And what experiences have we had as Michif people across time that may inform our mental health and healing needs? I saw a hand go up. No? I would love to hear if... Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I'm not going to repeat exactly what you said so beautifully, but in a nutshell, the importance of ceremony. Healing starts with ceremony, and our elders, our grandmothers, our knowledge carriers are the ones that support us and lead us and help us in that work, right? And I'm a huge, I don't want to say proponent, that's not the right word. My way of life is a ceremonial one. And so I understand ceremony, I understand mental health care, physical health care as part of that circle of care, right? That these things can be complementary, and sometimes they do heal us in different ways. But all of them are equally important, right? They're all part of that kind of circle of care. And so when we talk about Métis mental health, right? When we talk about mental health in general, from a very Western perspective, we often see things very segmented or severed, right? We go to a doctor for our physical needs. We go to a therapist for our mental or emotional needs. We go to whoever for our spiritual needs. But when we talk about kind of Métis perspectives, we don't see that same kind of division. Things are integrated. Things are holistic. It's like threads of a sash being woven together. That's how I understand Métis wellness and well-being. And in a Western context, there's such an emphasis on illness or disorder or dysfunction, and the emphasis is on the person. So it's like there's something wrong with me in the balance of the neurotransmitters in my brain that's generating depression. Like, that might be true, but Indigenous people have gone through a lot over time, and there's a lot of other things that might be contributing to someone's experience of mental health difficulty. And so, you know, I'm not even going to talk about the biopsychosocial model, because that's what I'm most interested in, is what Métis mental health and well-being is from a Métis lens. And again, we see that integration of physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual parts of the self. And there's a real value on how we live and be well, as opposed to what's wrong with us and then we react to that. Going to ceremony is an example of being well, walking a good path, taking care of ourselves from the get-go. Life's hard things are going to happen to us, trauma happens, and you know, trauma is something that's long-standing for our people. We know that there's going to be difficulties, but if we're able to live well and be well, we're able to navigate that hardship in a better way, in a more easier way often. And there's such a strong emphasis on relationships, right? And we have relationships across many different systems of being. And so when I was talking about from that Western perspective, you know, there's an emphasis on the individual as being kind of the source of the problem. From our lens, from a Métis perspective, we acknowledge that there are many determinants of health. And determinants of health are things that, like housing, like food and water security, like having some financial means or resources to buy the things that we need to take care of ourselves, to take care of our children and our families. They're called determinants because they can determine our health. our well-being. So if I struggled if I don't have money for food, if I am living in unsafe housing, if I have nowhere to live, if I'm living on the streets, you better believe my mental health is going to be impacted by that. If I'm housed, if I have access to health care, if I'm in relationship with my elders, if I know where I can go for a ceremony, if I've grown up in my culture, if I've grown up in my community, my sense of identity as a Michif person likely is stronger, and my needs are taken care of in many, many ways. And so and I want to acknowledge Elise St. Germain, who's a beautiful Métis person from Alberta, who does all of our graphic design work and illustration work for us. So we have our Métis artist bringing life and spirit into everything that we do. And so all of these different pieces, these are all determining factors. And we acknowledge that many of these things, like racism and oppression, like self-determination and sovereignty, the ability to govern ourselves, these are things that can and do impact health and well-being for us as Métis people. Make sense? How am I doing? So far? All right. Like you're gonna tell me I suck right now, right? But anyways, we'll keep going. And so I want to share a couple of resources that my colleagues and I have developed just to give you a sense of what this often looks like in practice for people. And so we've developed something called the Métis Wellness Waterways. So this is a resource, and Riley Gooden is my colleague who developed this with me, where we acknowledge all of these different factors as being part of that mental health and well-being picture. Mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical, yes, always, but personal factors, relationships, ways of being, hardship and healing. We as Métis people have endured and survived much hardship, much difficulty, but we are also like incredibly strong, resilient, persevering people, and we continue to heal ourselves and heal not only those past generations of our family members, our ancestors, but those little ones that are coming. The healing work we do translates down into the future for all those little people that are here now and who are forthcoming as well. And it goes backwards in time. You know when you're sitting here and you go, I'm crying, but these tears don't really feel like my own. There's something else is moving within me. And the tears don't feel like they're mine in this moment. My teaching is that that's the spirit of our ancestors, our family members who are also healing with us and through us in those moments, right? And so healing does and can go back. Land and water, mobility and wandering. We are mobile people. We move around. What Métis person doesn't travel and get on an airplane 300 times a year? I don't know many, right? We're always moving. We're always visiting, and we're always exploring and wandering. And culture and creating. I want to thank Ty for your beautiful performance last night. That was heart and spirit medicine for me last night. It really, truly was. I sat there and I cried like a baby, right? And I just let those tears flow because that was healing. That water means that I'm healing. There's movement there. So I want to thank you for your medicine last night and helping me on my path as well. And family and community, of course, is so integral to our path. And so when we talk about Métis women's mental health and how this has been impacted by COVID, there's very little research. And I want to acknowledge that this research, I'm going to pop up. Oh, wait, I'm going too fast. I'm not doing this. The research is very binary in nature, right? So we don't have a lot of research that I was able to find that explores experiences of Two-Spirit, LGBTQIA+ peoples in terms of mental health and the impact of COVID. But we acknowledge that, Métis women and the definition, at least in Ontario, is inclusive, right, of folks across that gender and sexual identity spectrum. So the research we do have has demonstrated and shows that, for example, Métis women, they reported more mental health conditions, so 29%, like depression and anxiety, over Métis men at 17% as a result or throughout COVID. Métis women were more likely to indicate that they needed mental health or addiction services like counseling, like therapy in the first year of the pandemic at 21% compared to Métis men at 13%. And Métis women at 47% were more likely than Métis men at 39%, and non-Indigenous people, I should say. All of these numbers for Métis folks are higher than non-Indigenous people, to report difficulties scheduling appointments, cancellations, delays in treatment for mental health and addiction services due to COVID-19. So COVID has negatively impacted Métis women in many ways, right, in terms of our health and our well-being and our mental health needs. And this is a really beautiful article that some folks that I'm very privileged to know have released and shared with the world. And they sort of surmise, they put out some different ideas from their perspectives and their teachings around how COVID has impacted Métis young women and girls. And so, for example, the physical distancing guidelines that separated us, that was particularly impactful for Métis young women and girls because it impacted our kinship systems. And many of us rely on those for safety, for security, for belonging, and for health. Of course, we know there was a sharp increase in violence and domestic violence for many women, including Métis women. And so because of that, you know, children as well had increased risk and exposure to witnessing or suffering from the domestic violence, for example. Métis younger women, girls, and I'll include Métis women, right, have not been able to participate in important ceremonies, rites of passage, things like sweats, naming ceremonies, rendezvous, etc. And in particular, honoring that relationship between us and our knowledge keepers, right, our grandmothers. Because of the increased risk to our grandmothers, to our aunties, to our family members, right, those knowledge carriers, we had to protect them. We had to take care of them and distance from them. But that impacted us, not being able to see them, visit with them, drink tea with them, go to ceremony with them. And of course, I lost one of my elders, Joseph Paquette, throughout COVID. Very, very difficult to experience that kind of loss in the middle of a pandemic where you can't come together as a community. And we can't grieve, we can't do ceremony like we normally would do. And so these kinds of losses are very significant for us as Michif people. And so when we look at COVID, this is sort of based on, so I've talked about the boring academic stuff, let's kind of look at some interesting clinical stuff. And so when we look at COVID-19, this is based on some of my and my colleagues' experiences of working directly with Métis folks in therapy and healing journeys. We know that there were a number of pre-existing mental health issues and social issues, right? Métis people experience anxiety, depression, substance use trauma, relationship difficulties, all kinds of insecure determinants of health, racism and oppression, I could go on and on. But as a result of COVID, we saw a worsening of a lot of those things, right? So, you know, again, domestic violence increase, mental health distress and crisis, right? When you take away people's ability to cope, you can't go to the mall, you can't go shopping, you can't go have a coffee, you can't go sit and visit with people. You take all their coping skills away from them, people are going to be in distress, right? Because we need those things to be able to take care of ourselves. And so we saw an intensification of a lot of mental health issues and a lot of job loss, a lot of housing and shelter crises, which are ongoing. I mean, that shelter and housing crisis, has been around for a very long time, and it worsened throughout COVID as well and is ongoing. And then we saw an increase in new kind of issues, right? Health anxiety, health worry. I at one point in time, I thought, I was like, how am I ever going to talk to anybody not wearing a mask, not sanitizing myself head to toe when I leave and come in and out of the house, right? How am I going to kind of go back to that way of life? And so that's health anxiety that I experienced, for example, that I'd never experienced before. Isolation, grief and sadness. Grief over the missed opportunities, the things that we weren't able to do that we normally would be doing. Who's exhausted from Zoom? I'm exhausted from Zoom. I don't want to see anybody on Zoom anymore unless I got to see them on Zoom, right? But they were burnt out. We're tired of kind of doing that sort of connecting. Work burnout, right? Household stress. And people did also identify some positive things, just to acknowledge this, that also came from COVID, right? Spending more time with our family, because we're all locked in a house together, right? We got to spend more time with our family, which, depending on the day, can be a beautiful thing. I have a 5- and 3-year-old, right? So some days are rough, I'm not going to lie. But we assess our values, we reassessed our priorities, folks finished educational things online, renewed kind of focus in life, And really an appreciation, I think, that folks often talked about the slowness of life, being able to experience things at a slower pace at times. I live in Toronto, so I was really struck in the early days of the pandemic when there were no airplanes flying there, because there's so much noise in Toronto, right? So all of a sudden it was quiet, and that was very novel in the beginning. It's kind of gone back to how it normally is. But those were interesting moments. And when we think about kind of COVID-19 and beyond, because we're still in it, right? We're still living the impacts of this, but we're also now dealing, I don't know if folks have children. Folks who have children, my children have been sick for 2.5 months without Tylenol and Advil, and no way to treat them and help take care of them. These kind of crises and stressors are ongoing for us, right? And as caregivers, and I want to acknowledge folks who take care of parents, who take care of siblings, who take care of community members, right? It's not just children that we do caregiving for. Métis women do a lot of caregiving. Two-Spirit folks, traditional caregivers, right? And so there was a lot of extra caregiving that we've inherited, right, as a result of this pandemic and the ongoing stressors associated with it. Missing significant milestones, not being able to go to your graduation celebration, not being able to, I had clients, for example, who couldn't start fertility treatment for a period of time, not being able to have surgeries. That's not really that's a milestone for many people if you're waiting for treatment, right? And all of a sudden that's delayed, you can't have surgery anymore because of a hospital crisis. There are many different examples of that. Of course, our safety and security for Métis women became much more insecure. There were a lot of increased risks around safety, and our work-life balance took a hit. So all of a sudden, for folks who are working, we shift to fully online. I hadn't seen more people in a day. I would, now all of a sudden I have 8 hours of back-to-back meetings. There was no going for a coffee. There was no going for a smoke break, going out for a walk in the middle of the day. It's just nonstop. And so our work-life balance also, and working from home, for example, which many of us continue to do, finding a balance. How do I live my life and also kind of work in the same space and in the same kind of ways? And of course, that forced disconnection that we experienced around culture, around accessing community, around accessing ceremony, very difficult. And I'm thankful for the Métis Nation Ontario, they pivoted very quickly, right, to and the Toronto York Region Métis Council, that's where I live, these beautiful people in Toronto, pivoted so that there's online beading and online this and online that, right? And in that kind of interim, that's great. And also, we know that learning about our culture happens in relationship and on the land, and in real time, right? So we can only learn so much on Zoom. We also have to experience things. And so that kind of returning to those ways now, right? And finding what the new norm of that looks like is really important. And the last thing I'll mention is fatigue, exhaustion, and burnout. Many Métis women experience this because they were carrying so much of the weight for making things continue to function and flow, right? We're strong people, but the strongest of people also can be weighed down by heavy, heavy burdens. We all need help. We all need the ability to have someone else carry the load with us. Oh my gosh, I've been talking the whole time and not clicking. Oh my. Now you know I'm a good storyteller, right? Just rambling on and on and on. There's the beautiful slides. Someone should have told me that I'm yakking. And so I've got my on the time. It's 9:53. I got to take a drink of water, though. So when we think about maintaining wellness, and I wanted us to kind of pause here and have some dialogue at our table. What are the things that you do and continue to do to maintain your health and your well-being? Because the pandemic's ongoing, right? We're not out of it. Things are shifting, but there's still stressors as a result of what's happening here. And the fallout of this, right? The fallout of what life looks like now. Have you tried any new practices, any new activities that have been particularly helpful? Are there any Métis way of life things that you've done or that you've returned to or that you're embodying as you move forward? And I'll put up some pictures of my family because they're so good looking. But this is my daughter. I had a daughter who was about 6 months old when COVID hit. That was fun. Take away all of my supports, take away the healthcare professionals coming into the home, the doulas to help me, take away all the whatever activities. I'm not really social. I don't like mummy groups and stuff like that. But you take away my family who can come and hold the baby so I can go sleep for a little bit. That was rough. That was rough. And if you think about folks, for example, birthing babies during COVID, where they couldn't have family members come into hospital with them, and they're alone. I mean, I could go on and on and on. But the point of this is that my daughter, this is her at 2 months at Louis Riel Day. This was one of her first like community connection, hanging out with Métis community things. Isn't she cute? What a chunker. And this is President Margaret Fro. I know her face is cut off, but it's okay because she took this picture. I just want to also acknowledge President Fro, who is, I was thinking about this panel, who they talked about the inspiration in our leaders. President Fro is a inspiration to me. She is, oh my gosh, I'm going to get emotional. She's very bravely battling breast cancer right now and is sharing her story so publicly and so beautifully. And when I think of Margaret, I think of just utter grace and kindness, in terms of her leadership. And so just sending endless amounts of love to her as she continues on her journey. But she took this photo, and I'm glad she did because it was the only photo that I got from that entire day. But this was 2 months in, and then the pandemic hit. And then all of a sudden, these are my children, like disconnected from my community. This is on National Indigenous Peoples Day. So I put them in cute Métis outfits and sat them on the lawn. And I was like, let's take a photo, because that was kind of what I was able to do in terms of like that celebration. And this is my daughter's welcoming ceremony that we did on Zoom. The midwives in our community organized a welcoming ceremony on Zoom for all the babies that were born that year. And so things did look different, right, as a result of COVID in terms of culture, in terms of ceremony and connection. And this is her, oh my gosh, wrong clicking. This is her a week ago at Louis Riel Day. So this is the first time that she was able to go back in person. So, and she was like jigging her heart out, running around, doing circles. But it was beautiful to see her reconnect in that way. So I'm a big baby too. Therapists do cry on the regular, believe it or not. So I'm at 9:57. I have 2 more minutes. You want me to stop? Quick 2 minutes. So this is a well-being resource that my colleagues and I have designed, and it's very Métis specific, right? So we talk about reflecting on our purpose or direction and sense of purpose in life, observing life in the skies, right, as mindfulness practices. Are y'all taking photos? I keep clicking, oh my gosh, wait, I'm having a spastic moment clicking all the wrong buttons. Everyone can access the PowerPoints afterwards, okay? So these are resources. These are some examples of resources that my colleagues and I developed throughout COVID-19 to support our people in their health and in their well-being. And it was all COVID specific, right? So, because we couldn't do those regular things, we had to find innovative ways to connect and reconnect. And so I'm out of time, but I did put up some points around mental health and policy. For anybody who's listening, if the minister's already listening, these are the slides for you, which we'll send to you afterwards. Because it's about money, and we need money for mental health care. And so I'm going to stop here, but I would be happy to chat more with anybody who wants to talk about anything. And I think Victoria said we'll do some questions afterwards, and I can maybe walk folks through the rest of the slides too. But I'll pause. But thank you for listening. I don't know how to get out of this though. Well, they'll turn it off, right? They'll turn it off. Okay, perfect. Let me move. Where'd you go? Oh,
I'm right here.
we're pivoting.
So, what another powerhouse dynamic Métis woman. So if somebody could let me know, is Mr. Lemedy there? Okay, so I would like to take this opportunity to introduce you to the Honorable Mr. Lemedy, who is the Minister of Justice and has taken some time out of his day to join us via Zoom. And we're very, very appreciative because a lot of the work that we do with missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls is going to require us to have an intimate relationship with justice. And so is the work that we do to develop an action plan for UNDRIP. So, Mr. Lemedy, please. Oh. Yeah, I hope so. Actually, I seen that he was testifying, I think, yesterday at the inquiry thing that's happening these days. So, just to kind of make up some time, so the ladies from Saskatchewan, I hope one of you guys are prepared to come and talk to us about the day that it is today. So in honor of that. No. After Mr. Lemedy, we're going to give you guys a break. We're going to call you notice there's a number on your table. We'll call up the tables, and as we call them up, I want you guys to go outside and get your swag bags. But we'll call the tables up one at a time. You guys don't know yet. I might have just put an old wooden stick in them. No, after the man. So is he ready? I can't hear you. Okay. So I'm not a good joke teller. Okay. You know, that is actually one of the challenges of government is that, because I've had to present at standing committees at different times, and all of a sudden there's a vote in the House and everybody's got to run, and they say, just hold that thought. And so the same thing happens when they have various meetings and things. They're always trying to squeeze us in. And actually, we do really appreciate Minister Lemedy coming because he just let us know yesterday that he was going to be able to come and share some time with us if we allowed him to do it virtually. So anyway, are you guys having fun out there? I hope everybody's feeling well and that everything's going good. If there's any issues, I've got a team of people that are ready to help you with anything you might need. So please let us know. God, you guys all look beautiful from up here. Just saying. So I could tell you jokes about the chicken that crossed the road and fell over dead or something. I don't know. We will give everybody a chance after this to do some work around mental health stuff too, because I do think Tara's a powerhouse and somebody who's a clinical psychologist and does a lot of this work for us and opens up the doors. But mental wellness is something that needs to be talked about in our communities because, and actually we will be talking a little bit about this later, even how police respond to mental wellness checks is a serious issue in our country, and we need to change that. Okay, have I wasted enough time yet? No, Minister?
We're ready.
Good morning, Minister Lametti.
Good morning. How are you? I guess I launch in. Chanshi, hello. Bonjour. Um, it's a pleasure to join you today. I'm in Ottawa. I'm on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. Thank you, President Melanie Omenaho, and everyone with Les Femmes Michif Otepitswak, women of the Métis Nation, for the invitation to speak with you on this and this group of dynamic and strong national Indigenous women's organization representing Métis women across the Métis Nation homeland. At this forum, I know you're discussing a wide range of issues of critical importance, including many priorities that we share as part of the ongoing reconciliation agenda with Indigenous peoples. Implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, UNDA, addressing issues of racism, discrimination, and violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, among many others. We're seeing many signs of progress on these goals because we're working together in partnership and collaboration. Nos efforts communs pour mettre en œuvre la loi sur la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones est un exemple. En juin, nous avons publié le premier rapport annuel sur ce que nous avons accompli jusqu'à maintenant. Parmi nos réalisations, je veux mentionner le vaste processus de consultation et la coopération avec nos partenaires Métis, les Premières Nations et Inuits, incluant votre organisation. Je sais que mon ministère travaille en étroite collaboration avec vous pour que vos priorités, vos préoccupations et vos intérêts soient pris en compte dans l'ébauche de plans d'action. Ces consultations contribueront à ce que le plan d'action que nous établirons d'ici le mois de juin 2023 soit l'écho de nombreuses voix et de points de vue diversifiés. In parallel with Indigenous-led consultations, my department continues to focus on engaging with Métis, First Nations, and Inuit right holders. This includes modern treaty signatories and self-governing nations, as well as national and regional Indigenous representative organizations, including national and regional Indigenous women's organizations like your own. This is transformational work that will better support the human rights of Indigenous peoples, including your inherent rights to self-determination and self-government. I'm committed to walking this pathway with all Indigenous peoples, and this includes ensuring that Indigenous women have a strong and equal voice in the dialogue and the decision-making process ahead. Les Femmes Michif Otepimswak will be instrumental in helping ensure that your voices are heard. As we work to heal the past and make improvements for the future, there are urgent needs to address in our justice system. I'm pleased to tell you that Bill C-5 has now received royal assent. That eliminates certain minimum mandatory penalties and makes conditional sentences more readily available. Cette loi fait partie intégrante des efforts que nous déployons pour lutter contre le racisme systémique et la surreprésentation des Autochtones dans notre système de justice. Nous élargissons l'application des principes de la règle ADU et nous demeurons résolus à négocier des ententes sur l'administration de la justice avec les collectivités autochtones de partout au pays. Je m'attends à ce que cela figure toujours parmi les priorités clés de la stratégie en matière de justice autochtone que nous élaborons avec nos partenaires autochtones et les provinces et territoires. Je me réjouis de savoir que les femmes Michif Otepemswak ont obtenu du soutien pour mener un processus de mobilisation visant à s'assurer que les voix et priorités des femmes métisses seront prises en compte dans l'élaboration de la stratégie. Les séances de mobilisation préalables des partenaires autochtones nous ont permis d'obtenir une bonne idée des thèmes à inclure: la prévention de la criminalité, les services de police, et la déjudiciarisation, les tribunaux, les peines et la réintégration. Une mobilisation menée par le ministre de la Justice du Canada a aussi été récemment lancée. Elle réunit des collectivités et des organisations autochtones ainsi que d'autres intervenants du domaine de la justice pour s'assurer que la stratégie réponde à leurs besoins et se fonde sur leur vécu. Je vous invite à vous inscrire pour faire partie de ces discussions. I also want to note that we're doing work to address violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people in Canada. The final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls highlighted the systemic and individual racism experienced by families of MMIWG. In June 2021, our government released the federal pathway as part of the contribution to the MMIWG National Action Plan. Le thème de la justice de la voie fédérale s'articule autour de l'importance de bâtir un système de justice plus inclusif et représentatif. Cela sous-tend de s'assurer du soutien et des services aux victimes menés par les Autochtones, culturellement adaptés et tenant compte des traumatismes sont offerts et accessibles. I know that you're fully engaged in addressing this national tragedy through your Weaving Mishkotahoha Métis National Action Plan. Earlier this month, the Honourable Marcy Ian, Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth, announced the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence. This plan is a significant step towards gender equality and ensuring lives free from violence as a fundamental human right. Your voices, your wisdom and guidance will continue to be essential as we move forward together to create hope for the future in this matter and in so many parts of our reconciliation journey. So with that brief intervention, I want to thank everyone with Les Femmes Michif Otepemswak for your partnership and your trust, for your work to empower and support Métis women. Merci. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you so much, Minister Lametti. So I did promise you guys a break, but I lied to you. Ashley, I would like to call Brenda White up here. And Tamsin, are you ready? So I want to tell you a story. You know, I know that over the last few days and in many other places in my life, you guys continue to honor me for all the things that I do. But believe me, I never ever think of all this stuff myself. I have people that approach me and tell me things, and based on that, we try to do things and make things happen. You know how Jean said, just do it? So this amazing woman is from Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. She runs Prince Albert Housing. She does all kinds of amazing work. She's in the community all the time doing things. And when COVID started, and they told us we had to stay 6 meters apart, and that we couldn't talk to each other, and I mean, and Tara talked about this, I mean, culturally, that's who we were, is we're community. We connect with each other, and that's what gives us our strength and our resiliency to continue down the road of trying to get a better world going. And all of a sudden, we're told we can't see each other, we can't talk to each other, we can't be together anymore, and we have to stay 2 meters apart, wasn't 6 feet, 2 meters apart. We've got to keep our distance, and we can't. And so Brenda contacted me and said, we need to have a ribbon of hope. And she said, I think we should have a purple ribbon and send one out to everybody that we can possibly send it to. And that way, then, that will be our thing that says we are going to get through this and get over this. And so many of you may have received, and if you didn't, you're getting one today anyway, you would have received the grandmother's ribbon that Brenda White had inspired us to create. And they have been actually not just all over Canada, they have gone all over the world. And so they are 2 meters long, and you can, I'm going to tell you, we told everybody, and I'm telling all of you, do what you want with it and take pictures and show how resilient we are. You notice that one of my ribbon skirts the other day has the ribbons on it, that people have made Christmas ornaments with it. They've had wreaths. They've tied it on trees outside of their house. They've decorated their grandbabies with these things. They've done everything, and it is inspiring to see that a ribbon of hope from this amazing woman has made it all over the world to show us we will get through this. Thank you, Brenda.
If you don't mind.
Yep.
When you give Melanie an idea, this is what happens. She's amazing. Thank you.
So is she. So we've put out a paper to talk about the ribbon of hope on your things. There will be a ribbon in your bags along with your other wooden stick. And so we're going to start calling tables, right? So I don't know where the tables are, so I'm not picking favorites, except that table 24 goes first. Oh, yeah, that was my table. So, okay, so we're going to the only favorite I'll pick is table 23 is going to go first because they're our grandmothers. But after that, table 1 will go right after the grandmothers. I have no idea where any of these tables are, but just because I'll never remember what table I called, we're going to go 1, 2, 3. So it's just so that there isn't too much craziness at the front as you guys are getting this, so that everybody gets a chance to get their swag bags. And Ty is going to do the rest of this for me. And that you guys, you also get your coffees, have a break, move around, network, chat, laugh lots.
Okay, table 1, grab your grab bags. I know, but I don't think they went. If table 1's already there, table 2 can go grab their grab bags. Okay, table 3 can go get a grab bag. Table 3? Where's table 3? There? They already went? Okay. Table 4 can go now. Table 4. Okay, table 5 can go get a bag. Table 5.
No, no, right there's fine. I just wanted to the side. I thought you were done with it, sorry. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Wow, you're beautiful. Doing that. Sorry, you're. No, it's okay. We'll fix it. Don't worry. We got you. No worries. Just set it down here. Let's move it to the right a bit so that can you do one that's right there? Oh, look at this guy. You're gonna stand up there? No. How about if we move it over to the right and where you in two, you can stand on either side, up top, and everybody else. And you can have some ladies sit there. Why don't you come up here? Okay. Stand up here. And then everybody else come in front. Let's have people access. They say stand this way. Suck it in.
Table 6. Table 6 and 7, actually.
Oh yeah. You should have said beaver. Thank you. Oh, Cassie. You're welcome. Thank you. What is that? What did I miss? Oh gosh. All right, you're welcome. I just carry this around with me. Yeah, right.
Okay, table 9. Table 9 can go get their bags. And table 10 can go as well. So table 9 and 10 can go get their bags. Good. Table 11 can go get their bags. Table 11. Table 12 can head over there too. Table 12. Okay, table 13 can make their way. Table 13. Okay, table 14. Table 14 can go. Table 15 can head over here too. Table 14 and 15. Oh, breaking the rules. It was Brenda's beaver who moved the sign.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna put some tape down here, so if you want to use it, then you'll know.
Okay, table, I think 16? 16 and 17. I lost track. Thank God I was standing here. Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
So if I stand here.
Table 18. Oh! Okay, table 19. Table 19 can go ahead. No one's getting up from table 19. Okay, table 20. Table 20 can go get their bags. Table 20. Table 20. Can you hear me? No one's getting up. Table 21. Table 22. Table 22. Table 23 as well. Table 22 and 23. Table 23 and 24. Thank you. Tables 24 and 25 and 26. Table 27. Table 27.
packet? The other day I didn't realize. Okay.
Okay, so Joy just gave me 3 announcements. The first one is someone came with a 4X hoodie that wants to switch it out and they can't remember who it was. So if that was you, head over to the hoodies. The other thing is that someone got a copy of Jean Taillet's book in their grab bag and they already have a copy. So if you don't have a copy of this fantastic book and you'd like one, there? Okay, spoken for. Great. Oh. What about the young woman who forgot a coat or hoodie? Oh, it's Bailey. So, okay, are we good on announcements then? Okay, great.
Hidden agenda. So, I hope you're enjoying all your special gifts. And I'm going to tell you, as much as you guys are all as cute as buttons, I've had 100,000 little gifts being given to me, and I love every one of them. But mine are all tiny, and look at yours. You have to carry that on an airplane. So when my staff, just a bad joke here, but when my staff was showing me some of the stuff we'd put together, because we were collecting this stuff, and they said, well, what about hot and cold bags? And a lot of the things even in the bag, as much as some of it is branding stuff from LFMO, things like the emergency kits and stuff are things that women need to help them. And even the whistles that you guys got, the solar whistles that were given out on the first day, those are whistles that will help you if you're in trouble, because they will screech and make somebody think twice about harming you. So we think about a lot of these things, but actually, so one of my staff said, let's buy those hot and cold pads. And then when I seen it the other day, I said, what is this, a breast enhancer? So anyway, and then one of the women over here told me the same thing, and I laughed. I said, no, you got to warm it up or cool it off. So anyway, just to have some fun, but please enjoy. Actually, I'm going to ask Gwen King and Virginia LaCroix to come up. Thank you, guys. Mine went blank there for a second. And they're going to talk to you about violence prevention in Saskatchewan.
So my name is Gwen King, and I'm from Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan. I am a mother of 6, 5 girls and 1 boy, a grandmother of 16, 8 are biological and 8 are step, and I have 2 great-grandkids. I work with MLTC Tribal Council with the Child and Family Services, and today in Saskatchewan, it's promoting awareness to domestic violence. And we are wearing purple, the Saskatchewan women are wearing purple in recognition and awareness of the violence that happens within our communities. I know in our community of Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, it wasn't too long ago that we lost a young mom from flying dust, and she was a teacher in the school. Her husband was also a teacher. It sounded like it was a long case of violence, lots of verbal, physical, mental abuse. She used to be an outgoing girl, and then all of a sudden she was quiet. So she was murdered by her husband. She left 2 children behind, and then after he murdered her, he murdered himself. So I know the mom, and I know the grandma, because they used to come and visit when they were little kids. And I am actually from Green Lake, Saskatchewan, a Métis community, where the Battle of Batoche, Riel and them came through, or whoever. Anyway, they left their guns at the south end of the lake and buried them there. I am the mother of Harmony King, and my sister Angela will also be speaking. And I'm going to let Virginia talk a little bit, and she can explain who she is.
Virginia usually never talks, just a little bit, but I'm going to try to keep it really short. So yes, in Saskatchewan today, the government has recognized this as Domestic Violence Awareness Day or Week. I can't remember which one it is, but we have a long way to go. The statistics for Métis women across the board is like 30 or 40% higher rates than non-Indigenous women, but Métis specific is very high. And it gets even higher if you have a disability. It's more like about 75% that those women experience some form of violence, be it physical, domestic, physical abuse, spiritual abuse, financial abuse, all these things. So we have a long way to go. So the fact that the government of Saskatchewan introduced in their throne speech this year, they had a huge section in it on violence awareness and violence prevention and all this stuff. And that's great. But the same day that they read that speech from the throne, they introduced as a fine individual, Colin Thatcher. Colin Thatcher, 40 years ago, was convicted of beating his wife to death and then shooting her. And this was introduced as a fine individual. And this is just another example of our communities, our male communities, normalizing violence. Oh, it was bad back then, but you know, it's 40 years. You know, it's just not right. So I'm just going to leave it at that, food for thought, and thank you very much.
And I just wanted to mention that if the Saskatchewan ladies, maybe all the ladies that are from Saskatchewan, if we can meet in the back or something and get a picture of us wearing our our purple ribbons, it would be great. Post them on your Facebook and tell them what the purple ribbon stands for and the awareness of violence in families, domestic violence. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Actually, I'd hate to do a poll in this room to see how many women may have not had violence at some point in their lives. I suspect that it wouldn't be many. But we need to change that, and I so support and agree with what these women have told you. Yeah, the Colin Thatcher story actually was horrific. I couldn't even believe it. But and I know many of you probably aren't even old enough to remember that case when that happened, but I mean, because he was an elected leader within the community when he did that. But I want to say this. What we need to do is, whether or not that's a trauma we've healed from or are healing from, we need to find a way so that our young women in our communities know that that's not acceptable. They don't wait to get to the point where some of us have before we admit that this really isn't the right way to go. So we need to somehow support them and educate them so that we can end the consistent intergenerational trauma, because it comes from generation to generation. It's what they see, it's what they learn. We need to fix that. So thank you, guys. I'm going to call Ty up here now so she can do the next bit. Back to the agenda, off the hidden one.
You and Tamsin? Is it? Or the Métis midwifery? We skipped that.
Okay. Nope, that's what we're going to go to.
Okay. I think there's 10 hidden agendas today. I'm trying to keep up with Melanie's brilliant brain. So next we're going to have the presentation on disability inclusion and autism with Melanie and Tamsin. Yay!
Do you want to start? Because I think that, I don't want to say that.
Hi, everyone. How are we doing this morning? It's day 3. I know a lot of you are probably pretty tired, but I still see a lot of enthusiasm, and that's amazing. So thank you for waking up and being so present this morning. As you all probably know by now, my name is Tamsin Fitzgerald, and I'm the Director of Gender Equality Initiatives at LFMO. Today, we're presenting on a really wonderful and new opportunity, breaking new ground here at LFMO, because the federal government reached out to us just a few months back, kind of around early summer, through the Department of Employment and Social Development Canada, otherwise known as ESDC, to discuss Métis women's priorities in guiding the development of their National Disability Inclusion Action Plan and the National Autism Strategy. It's still in its very, very early stages. I'll chat with you a little bit about it, but we really wanted to open the floor and hear your thoughts. But yeah, we're looking to you this morning to share your experiences so that we can share them with the federal government. Do you want me to continue the pillar? Yeah, go ahead. All right, so, where's that clicker? Perfect. Perfect. So, as part of the federal government's Disability Inclusion Action Plan, they've committed to 4 key pillars. The first pillar is financial security, which is based on understanding and addressing the immediate and long-term financial security needs of persons with disabilities in Canada, such as the income and benefits experiences of Métis women, as well as barriers to them. The next focus of the second pillar, which is employment, is to take a holistic view of these barriers that are faced by persons with disabilities in accessing and staying in the labor market and in the workplace. It's not enough to just get them there. Retainment is also an important priority. This includes barriers and limitations related to access to sufficient skills, employment and social supports for workers, consistently inclusive workplaces, and support for entrepreneurs with disabilities. The third pillar, accessible and inclusive communities, focuses on barriers that are currently preventing Canadians with disabilities from fully participating in their communities and the economy. These include physical, communication, and attitudinal barriers, removing barriers within the built environment, improving access to information in alternative formats, and establishing accessibility standards would fall under this pillar. The fourth pillar is a modern approach to disability, and it refers to addressing the challenges that persons with disabilities face in accessing federal disability programs and benefits, as well as in having their needs and perspectives reflected in government policies, programs, and decision-making. It aims to foster a culture of inclusion across the government of Canada while addressing systemic discrimination, disableism, and ableism. These foundational pillars will be evergreen, as they should be, mutually reinforcing and evolving with shifts in the needs and circumstances facing Canadians with disabilities. So we've got some breakout discussion questions for you. Did you want to have them chat and then come back together and discuss, were you thinking, or?
So one of the things that we'd like to have you do is Tamsin will read out the breakout questions, and we'd like you guys to have a session to talk about them, and then we are going to move on to the autism strategy, if that works for you guys. And because I don't think we should mix the two. I know that there's a lot of issues related to the autism strategy that are separate, but I want to add a 5th pillar under this conversation about the disability strategy that they don't often want to talk about. We as the Métis women are also the caregivers of many people with disabilities and the challenges that come with that in us trying to support our families and our communities who may have disabilities. And that's a part of what needs to be a part of these strategies, is supporting those caregivers as well.
All right, so some breakout discussion questions for you all to mull over. From the perspective of Métis women with disabilities, what special considerations need to be made? What does a Métis disability lens look like? What actions would be priority areas of action for the federal government to undertake? What should a data strategy look like for the Disability Inclusion Action Plan? What roles should the Government of Canada and the Métis governments play regarding the governance processes to assess progress on the implementation of this plan? What types of barriers do members of this community experience with regards to the application and adjudication processes for federal disability programs and benefits? Are there specific programs that pose a greater challenge? So now I defer to each of you to speak amongst the wise folks around your table and share with us in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, we'll reconvene. Thank you.
To my IT people, is there any way you guys can make the font bigger on that? Because it's hard for some of the people at the back of the room to read that, so I apologize. They're working on it.
Thank you. Honestly, we're presenting, so yeah, if you want to. Okay, yeah, sounds good.
I'll leave you guys this.
Solid.
I think it's turn on when you're ready to.
What's your name? Sorry.
Bruce.
Bruce, thank you, Bruce. Thanks.
Okay, are you ready? Did you guys, actually what I would like to do at this point, I'd just like to take a few minutes. And who's my mic runners here? Do we have mic runners? So we're going to take 2 or 3 tables, and I want you guys to tell us what kinds of discussions that you had at your tables around disabilities. So who wants to go first? I see hands all over the place. They're coming.
My name is Karen Acuna, and when it comes to disabilities, it's a very hot topic for me. My brother was part of the 60 Scoop, and he has autism, and he also had a problem where his stomach was wrapped and he wasn't able to eat. So now he has daily contact with me whenever we want. But they stood in his way until after my mom had passed away. And so this is a real sore spot for me. Now, all of the complaints that they had against my mom, I walked back in the room and I said, well, he's still skinny, he still has autism, you didn't fix much, did you? And I was being sarcastic because these were the reasons that they had for grounds for removal from my mom. But when I looked at the first question, and I said, from the perspective of Métis women with disabilities, we need to remember that as each person, as each woman, we have our own perspective. We have our own lens. Some of us have been raised as traditional Métis out on the trap line. Maybe we still hunt. Maybe we still fish. Some have been raised in the city. Some have been raised without their identity. So I think we need to caution when we leave that, when we don't give that room in the question to make it wide open for everybody. We have Métis that live in the urban settings. They have a very different experience from those that live out still on the land. And I think this is a hot topic. When we went around here, we had a mom that has parented from an area of fear, which I totally understand. I'm a child welfare supervisor. We've got another mom that just has a whole bunch of experience. We've got another mom that's listening with wide ears because she's about to have her first child. Now, we have another young mom here that goes, it's about damn time we break down this system and take it back and make it our own.
Hi, I'm Teresa Houle from the Paddle Prairie Métis Settlement. And we're in a remote community. It takes me an hour to get to the hospital, and if I'm medevaced out wherever, it's a 5-hour drive for us to get there. But if one of our members is flown out, they get operated on, discharged the same day, and not flown back to our community. It's grab somebody from the community. Sometimes they're medevac 12 hours away, wherever there's an opening. And if they're mental health patients, they're just discharged. And you rush around to try and get somebody, or, if you can't, it's 12, one case was 12-hour drive one way to get them back home again. Recently, my mother and I were in an accident, and she broke her arm. They medevaced her out, but there's a big enough of a family that we were able to get there to bring her back home again. But they're just simply not brought home. And that is a policy change that I would like to see addressed. All of our dollars for psychiatrists go to virtual, and trying to get someone with a mental health issue to talk to a TV is what we tell them at home, quit talking to the TV, right? But now we we have to go and get them to talk to the psychiatrist on a TV. I drive 2.5 hours one way to take people to go see their psychiatrists, simply because it's more normal than talking to TV. So, and the waiting time, right? We waited 6 months from a release from a hospital to get an appointment with a psychiatrist. And I don't know if everybody knows this, but I can't make an appointment with a psychiatrist. The doctor's got to make an appointment with a psychiatrist. And then we wait, discharged from the hospital with the intention that they have to go see a psychiatrist 6 months later. So your medication is not adjusted in those 6 months. They're getting over-medicated because there's no adjustment, and the side effects are horrendous, and it just takes so long. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Just going to look at one little piece. I do a little bit of this I do a lot of this for a living now. But there is now, because we are recognized as Indigenous under the UN as well, and as Canadian, so there is a Crown duty to consult that the federal government needs to consult with us legally at a Crown level. There's other consultation that is needed at a provincial level. So as we go forward, and as we're like electing and whatever we do in the different provinces, we need a community level of consultation to all the different communities so that Métis can be engaged in that. And we need a plan that is a local plan, a provincial plan, and a Canadian plan, so that we can be smart and strategic as we go forward with the various governments that we fall under. And there is a Crown duty to consult and engage with us. That is constitutional. And now that we have been recognized as an Indigenous people in Canada, we are rising up and holding Canada and holding our provinces accountable. And we need to do that at all levels, locally, provincially, in the cities, in the rural communities, and we need to be smart about it, and we need to work together on a plan.
I'm going to try and gather my thoughts and calmly. There are many Métis women who are unaware they're on the autism spectrum. I didn't get diagnosed until my middle age. I was just that Langstaff woman, full of entrenched thoughts, black and white thinking, awkwardness in social situations, blurting behaviors. I just thought that's who I was, or like my rest of my family, that's who I was. We now know that most of the females in my family are on the spectrum. All of these questions to me, and in just my opinion, I'm only speaking for myself, are academic if there's no safety in the community. Access to employment, inclusion in the community, that's all pipe dreams until there's safety first. I learned so much when Jean Taillé speaks. Every time she speaks, my brain grows. And when she said yesterday that we're not going to deal directly with the RCMP because we can't deal with it directly and cause them change, they don't think that way. But we can shine a light and embarrass their masters. There's a minister of community safety. There is a justice minister. They need to be aware of what exactly neurodivergent people experience on a daily basis, and that it's not safe. They may not even know how unsafe they are. But if my son isn't safe to go out in the community, none of us are. We need to deal with the safety issue in our communities first. We need to make those changes first, or more of us are going to be maimed, wounded, and psychologically harmed. Say.
Thank you. One of the elders over here.
Oh, okay. Juanita Taharsky from Regina. I'm just going to add to what my colleague here said. And I'm from Western Region 3 in Saskatchewan. With the duty to consult, we have to be very careful with that, because a lot of times when they do duty to consult, they will have us in a room like this, and we will make the odd comment, but we're just here as their token. And they will say, yes, we consulted with the people. That happened at the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan's workshop that we had on nuclear power, SMRs. Essentially, the provincial and the federal government have already decided that the SMRs are going to go in, which is nuclear power, small power plants. When we raised the questions of Fukushima, the fact that European countries like Belgium and Ireland, Germany are shutting down their nuclear power plants, where were they going to put those power plants? And that they were promising to us, the Canadian government was promising to us that we would make the land go back exactly as it was 60 years after the plant was used to its capacity, to its original form. And I questioned, what do you mean you're going to put that environment and land and water back exactly as it was 60 years ago? Now think about that. That's 3 generations of politicians. Who's going to remember 3 generations down the line? So you have to be very careful with duty to consult. Because duty to consult, a lot of times, you being in the room, they will say that we consulted you, even though you had no input, or they didn't take to value what you had to say. So I think that we really have to question and put them on the spot and document everything that is said. Thank you.
Okay, Ashley, we're going to take one of the grandmothers, and then we're going to go over here for one, and then we got to move on. I'm sorry, but I do want to say this. This is not the Crown that's consulting with you today. And if the Crown is listening, they can't use any of this as their obligation. I just want to really make that clear.
Good morning again, everybody. I guess because I've worked in a school division or with the children for 32 years, I have seen a lot of things happening within the school divisions in our country, and also mostly the school division where I'm from. And that's where I'm going to be talking from. Jordan's principle is a First Nation help that the students get that are and belong to a treaty band. They have one-for-one helper with every child that's under Jordan's principle. Can you imagine one-for-one? They have hired within the last school year that started in September, for every child that they have that's marked as having a problem in a school system, they have different levels of children that they have there. They're coded. Every one of The ones that are under Jordan's principle are coded. So naturally they get help, right? They are very, very strong. Like, I have nothing wrong to say about my First Nation friends in that, but they do have a lot of help in the school system. Whereas the Métis children are kind of left behind, and the money they get always is put in a different department. I've seen that happening time and time again. I think that it's time to step up as mothers, as grandmothers, as sisters. Start talking to your different school divisions that are within your district. Start talking about them and start asking them questions. Why isn't my child getting the help that they need? It should be a level playing field all the way across. It shouldn't be this one gets more, this one gets a little bit less. And I've seen that with the Métis students in my schools that I've worked with. And I think it's time that we as Métis women start looking after our kids in the school system.
Hello. Hi, my name is Virginia LaCroix. I am originally from Willabunch, Saskatchewan. That's where my family hail from. And I currently live in the Qu'Appelle Valley. But one of the organizations I work with is called Saskatchewan Voice of People with Disabilities. And recently in Saskatchewan, I'm really picking on the Saskatchewan government today because it's endemic of our voices. And why is it taking so long? Like, people have had disabilities forever. Like, why are these changes taking so long? And here's why. We just introduced an Accessibility Act. It was for second reading, and we were invited to the legislature to witness the second reading. This delegation of the disability community was introduced after the Grey Cup Commissioner. So he took precedent over all these people that had come there for second reading. Now, on that note, and yes, there's so much work to be done, I want to remind everybody of the work that has been done and why it's important to keep advocating. 40 years ago, Saskatchewan Voice of Disabilities went to task with all the municipalities in Saskatchewan, mostly Regina, Saskatoon, the bigger centers, to put the curbs where wheelchairs could go up. You go everywhere now, those curbs are there, but they had to fight for years to convince them. I'm pretty sure that there was probably someone who had to fight to put Braille in elevators and on different things everywhere you go. Elevators now, floor number 4, you know, like for the visually impaired. We need to keep up the fight because we can make change. I want to remind everybody there's hope. In last couple of years, I myself have developed a disability. So even though I worked in the community, I couldn't relate as well as I can now. And I see all the places that we need change. So going to what Tamsin was talking about, this is important. Like, we have also applied for funding through this. And what we're doing is a job bank specifically for people with disabilities. And we're going to do a positive awareness campaign on the skills. So going with that, you also see the verbiage changing over the years. We used to say the word handicap. We don't say that anymore. And now we're using disability, but you're also going to see that being changed because the word that we're using now is different abled. So I just want to remind everybody that we need to focus on what we disabled folks are capable of, and they're fully capable of, and they are very good advocates themselves. Our entire board consists of people with disabilities, and they are strong advocates. So I just wanted to leave everybody with a positive note that there is good work being done.
Thank you, Virginia. Actually, so I know that, so what I want you guys to all do, because I know there's many of you, and we kind of have to keep the agenda rolling, but I want you to, if you've got notes, please give them to my staff. because this is important stuff. And it isn't that because we're not giving it more time that I don't think what you've got to say is relevant. So, or email it to us. Tamsin F at MétisWomen.org loves emails, so send her lots. Actually, I do know that for many, many years, things have changed, but they could get better. And I'm not telling any of you where to go, but I also want to create some awareness here. Check out your Métis governments in each one of your provinces. The Métis Nation of Saskatchewan is doing amazing work in the area of health. The Métis Nation of BC has a bunch of things around Métis health, and they're all getting funding to help support this. And I know, I live in Alberta, and I know the Métis Nation of Alberta has psychologists and psychiatrists and mental health supports that you can access. And I know they have other forms. And I know that the lady from Paddle Prairie talked to them because they even have transportation and they house people that need medical appointments so that they don't end up stranded somewhere without supports. So I don't know what they can do, but I see this stuff, and please reach out and see if there's something that can help support you in the things that you're trying to achieve. So we're going to move on with the National Autism Strategy. And is it up? Okay. The Government of Canada has committed to work with partners to support the creation of the National Autism Strategy. And there are 3 themes that are part of this strategy that FAC has developed. FAC is the public health people here in Canada, and to support the engagement of needs, interests, and priority areas for action for First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people. The first of these are social inclusion, and it has a focus to increase the public understanding of autism and to ensure autism people feel understood, accepted, and included. And Ashley, as we already heard from Laura, we also need to ensure that safety is there too. The second part of what their priorities are is economic inclusion. And it refers to understanding the complex needs of autistic people and the gaps in the provision of evidence-based supports and how a national autism strategy can facilitate equitable access to supports. The third is an evidence-based support, which focuses on understanding how people on the autism spectrum can be empowered to meaningful participation and that can be included in the economy. I want to add at this point, we did contract Laura to help us in building the beginning of what we're going to use as a strategy. And I hope Laura doesn't mind, but Laura has an autistic son, and she's just disclosed to you that she just, not just, but she's been identified as on the spectrum as well. And she has been my human expert, and Misha has been my inspiration. I want to say my young inspiration, but he's a big grown man now, but he taught me more in life than many have. And so we had asked her to do a report on these issues that is going to be the foundation and base of how we move forward in building this. And so your input today is going to be very important.
Thanks, Mel. So we do have some breakout discussion questions for you. And just as a framing for this, the Government of Canada is using identity first language. So what that means is disabled person versus persons with disabilities. I want to just put that out as far as framing goes. We would love to hear your feedback. Virginia was speaking about the importance of language. Please do feel free to consider that in your discussions. But on the screen here, I'll read them out to you. We have a few for you to mull over. So, how do we change attitudes and beliefs to address stigma surrounding autism? What are elements of inclusive Métis environments? What are some of the safety concerns for Métis autistic women? What are considerations for young adults and mature adults who are diagnosed later in life? How can research support early diagnosis and treatment, therapies and supports, such as behavioral and cognitive? and identification of gaps in data and initiatives to address them. What are considerations for Métis autistic women in urban, rural, remote, and northern environments? What are the factors that influence economic inclusion for Métis autistic women and their families? What are the considerations for housing options across the life course for Métis autistic women? We know housing is tied to everything. What are the considerations for training and employment across the life course for Métis autistic women? So we'll take a discussion for about 10 minutes or so.
Ashley, sorry. Are we here?
Is it on?
Hello?
You might need to turn it on.
Hello? Okay. So we're going to give you 15 minutes, and I apologize. Tamsin always is very inquisitive, so she comes up with many, many questions, because I know that even in 15 minutes, you're probably not even going to get through 2 of these. So, but it is important, and I do want to tell you, this isn't the only engagement opportunity you're going to have to help us inform government about what a Métis action plan or plan is going to be for autism from a Métis lens and a Métis women's lens. So know that this isn't your only opportunity to have input, but please, we'll give you 15 minutes to have your great discussions. You guys always come back with such amazing stuff, so thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
I'd just like to let you guys know, in case you think we're just jamming and you're never going to be able to have lunch or a break again, our Métis Midwifery Project, the presenter for that hasn't been able to connect with us, so we've kind of put that off the agenda, and I apologize for those that wanted to go there.
Tell me what your department does and what you want to know. Oh God, I can tell you so much. I'm disabled, so. Thank you. No, this is for disability. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not autistic. Is that including bipolar? Would you put that under autism? Would you put that under disability?
I think that would be it. So bipolar, all the and actually, I'm going to tell you, I'm trying so hard to think about it. I just went through
Well, I'm taking care of my dad for 2 years, and I'm disabled, and it got to the point I can't do it.
2 dozen cookies. She will give you the shirt of the month. I got the necklace to match. I didn't get the earrings. June made this. This is from the First Lady in Saskatchewan. Oh, it needs to be said.
Yeah, and even this, like, I mean, Melanie said, like, expand it, but little things like that I think would really help. And I'm a visual learner, so I just thought I'd throw it.
Accessible font and color.
So, and even if we're dyslexic, like, there's fonts that are better than yeah, sans serif. Yeah, so actually, if you understand that, those are easy fix up presenters. Like, that's me locating for what I thought I
That is so amazing.
Colette. From Alberta.
Just wanted to let you know Laura Mitchell's here. And she's actually not right there right this second. But she's sitting with us right beside Jan. And so she was here specifically for the midwife presentation. Well, that's it. So she was out of the room when you made that announcement. So.
I just wanted to let you guys know I'm also autistic, so if you need any help with like two-spirit, autistic people, yeah. I just got my diagnosis a couple of months ago.
Really?
Yeah. I would love to hear you. Yeah.
All their lives survive. But it's because we have the challenge, because we may be
Yeah, my mom even, like, she went through social work and everything, and so she was trying to get me diagnosed with ADHD at 12 years old, and ended up just, like, giving me anxiety and depression, so that I had to fight for my ADHD diagnosis, and then I had to, like, put my research in for my autism diagnosis and everything, so it's been a journey.
Wonderful. Oh, wow.
Thank you so much.
You're amazing.
You guys have about 7 minutes left.
I actually love that.
La la la, I'm not listening to you.
La la la, that's what I do when they start to put things like la la la.
you.
Oh, I like
Shocking.
So here she is, and she's in training from, and the shortest one is her has to have a right big four-wheel drive.
It's for the dogs.
No.
Oh, no, so
No,
with me.
it's for
Oh,
the
really?
short ass. It's like if she was American and so here she is, and she crawls into this truck, and because she's got a truck like this, I have to also
Crawl in the
crawl
truck.
into the
You have an Ameniho little stool, like little
I offered it.
steps.
So here, then one day I'm driving the truck and I always wondered how short ass men drove trucks all the time. Because I used to drive a truck because I was part of the wildfire thing, but she has a button so that the pedals can come out to her.
Absolutely.
Little
5
people
foot.
need pedals that they can touch.
I didn't know that existed.
Sure does.
Did you get that added on, I guess?
Nope.
It just comes.
It comes and it's a custom feature, and it was one of the selling features of my truck. When I bought my motorhome, my first motorhome, I tried about 15 different motorhomes, and they all pissed me off because I couldn't see over the steering wheel. So I ended up with a 36-foot motorhome, A-style, flat front that I could see everything.
Nice. So why do you have a truck to pull? Do you have a motorhome?
And now I have no, I still have a motorhome. I have a trailer.
You have a trailer. So you have
just a little trailer.
She did have a trailer, which was fine. Big ass truck. It's got nothing to do with it. So anyway, let me tell you, she was backing up, and then she, of course, because not only does her truck have, and it has to show her where she is. So it has to go and she moves forward, comes back, up there. She's got the red yellow one. She does get going now because she takes up, there's no room, when you drive a truck, you will learn that there's no give on parking spot, because they make it so tight. So anything that parks beside you takes 2 hours. So every time, so I used to use a truck, but I took everything off because I wouldn't park though at the dirty stall. I would park like by myself somewhere where I wasn't going to be chopping anybody, and I would make it so that nobody had to beg to get in and out of the building. She brought it. And so the other day she's driving into that stuff. Nope, stop. That's it. No, 4 spots. She was hard, and then she said, I'm right in the middle. We got her. But I nobody wrote on the wall, park within the yellow lines. Where the hell is that ever written? There is no driver's you go ahead and find me in the handbook where it says you must park between yellow lines in a parking lot. And then there's those of us that bring all.
Should we give Crystal those? I have a bunch in my backpack. Okay. Where are we going at?
What? Okay, are we ready? So I know that it's noon, but we're going to take some tables before and talk about what you guys have talked about before we let you go for lunch, if that's okay. My little gnome there, my Energizer Bunny's running for a mic. You know, in case you guys don't know, I love Lisa to bits. And I'm willing to put that on the record.
Got that, Crystal?
By the way, Ashley, I should acknowledge this woman that's been sitting at this little table for the last 3 days, taking all of your guys' comments and notes and getting them ready so that when we have to write a report, we'll have all the details and stuff. This is Crystal, and Ashley, she pretty much follows us around and does this everywhere with all the work that we do. Thank you, Crystal. Okay, so who wants to start?
Back here, please.
It's like looking in the sunshine. Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Hello again. My name is Christina and I'm from Victoria. And as I mentioned, I work with an organization with youth in Victoria. And I am a job coach. So I actually work with people with disabilities, young people, disabilities and mental health challenges, find and maintain employment. So I have a lot to say on this topic. So in regards to what attitudes and beliefs need to change in the stigma surrounding autism and other disabilities, one thing I would like to bring up is the language we use. And we talked about this a little bit before. When we say people with disabilities, people or a disabled person, when we also say an autistic person or a person with autism, and shifting away from the language that we use, special needs, diverse abilities, differently abled, by addressing the disability head on, we can break through the stigma because there's nothing negative about having autism. The only thing that is negative is the stigma attached. So in my experience with employers, as I mentioned, I'm a job coach. I talk to a lot of employers. My program has different avenues of supports. We do workshops for pre-employment skills. Everybody has a one-to-one job coach. And we do a lot of connecting with employers. I can't tell you how many times I've spoken to an employer and we're in a labor shortage. Everyone tells me this. It must be easy for me to get my youth jobs. As soon as I mention that I work with youth with disabilities, I get doors slammed in my face. Because there's an assumption of what a person with a disability looks like. They don't see the broadness, they don't see the strengths. And it pisses me off. Another consideration I would like to bring up. Sorry, I'm very nervous. I didn't expect to speak today. Thank you. My program is grant funded. My contract only goes until April. And then we get our new line of funding, and everything hinges on the funding. So when I moved into my organization, I came from a background in the helping field of friendship centers, where I was surrounded by Indigenous people. And I did an employment program there as well. That funding ran out, and I moved to my current organization. And I saw the lack of space for Indigenous folks. Yes, we had Indigenous people in our program, but there was no space for them. And in my last employment program, the Friendship Center, there was a lack of space for people with disabilities. In fact, I was told that someone was not a fit for our program because they had a disability, and that also pissed me off. So when I came over to my current organization, I saw the lack of space for Indigenous youth. I said, I would like to do an Indigenous cohort. I would like to create a program that celebrates our strengths, our challenges, and our skills. It was important to me that we met in person because virtual, not to mention that we are all Zoom fatigued, virtual creates its own set of barriers. It was important to me that we shared food, and it was important to me that we had culture in our workshops. So my cohort is currently in its 5th week. Next week will be our last week meeting. But there is no other space that I know of in Victoria for Indigenous youth with disabilities to receive employment services. I am hopeful that my cohort will have a second chance, that we will have a second cohort, but everything hinges on the funding. And I do not have another Indigenous job coach. So something else that I would like to see from the government is to give us the funding to do the work that we need to do and train the people that we need to train so that we can continue having these services and creating more opportunities for people with disabilities, especially Indigenous youth with disabilities. Thank you. And if anybody would like to network with me, I would love that. Please come up afterwards.
Who's next? Kate's got somebody here.
Hi there. My name is Kimberly No Brown, and I am from Alberta.
When you go to Wikipedia and you look up autism, you see a picture of our family. I believe we counted and we have like 17 autistic people within our family. So we get autism. My first thought is there was some deficit model thinking in these questions. I don't know that it's necessarily autistic people who are disabled. I think it's society that has the disability in how they look. I think we also need to acknowledge the portion of trans women who are autistic, and we need to support our trans women. And in that way, we are supporting autism as well. I don't believe you can separate the two. With resources for children with disability, which we have in Alberta, and I know there's similar programs across the country, kinship care is not allowed. They will give you money to get respite, but you cannot hire kin to do that. When we come from small communities, and when we come from a community that's so connected, we need the ability for kinship care to be funded instead of sending our loved ones out. And my last thing is autism is a superpower, and we need to look at it like that.
Can I just interject for 1 second? Is Laura left the room? We need Kim to talk to Laura because there are kin funds to help support autistic people living in our homes. And Laura is the model of that. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to make one point here, and we're looking specifically at Métis and how we have collected our data, and the answer is we haven't, because we have no government support for that. So I just want to, our discussion at our table was, well, in Saskatchewan, if you're registered First Nation, there's an R on your health card. So they have had decades and decades and decades of health data segregated and given to them so they could develop programs, collect funding, and all these things. So this is the same for, this is what we want. Of course, that's a whole nother conversation about that. But when we're looking at things like autism and any other disability, we need to look at a person-centered approach, which is what the government is not doing. They're just putting autism in a box and you get this much funding. It's at the CBO level that we're starting to look at this person-centered approach. So when someone comes to us and they're like, I have autism, we're not looking at them like, we need to treat this autistic person. We're treating the person, regardless of their disability. So I think it's really important that we incorporate that person-centered approach. Now, just one really other quick thing, and it's just going back to my other statement about the work is long and hard. It's not done overnight. When I worked in the Saskatchewan legislature many, many years ago, I'm not going to say how many, but there was a group of people, it was like just a group of parents, and they called themselves Sask Feet, and these were parents of children with autism. And the minister's office would groan every time these people called, every time they wrote a letter, every time they did anything. They showed up at the ledge, they did all these things. Well, now they're one of the biggest voices of advocates, and they have gotten lots of funding in place for people in Saskatchewan with autism. It's not enough, no, there's not enough programming, but change can happen. We just need to keep working at it. We're going to work our whole lives on these things.
Okay. We have another one over here, Lisa. Oh, Kate's over there. Sorry.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Marissa Vieira from the Tisuk Nation of Vancouver Island. One thing that we were talking about, what are some of the safety concerns for Métis autistic women? I think the unfortunate thing is sometimes people think it's visible. Sometimes people look at it like you can visibly see it, you can visibly tell. But in reality, statistically, a lot of women actually hide their feelings and what they are actually going through internally and their disabilities that they've struggled with or that they've excelled at because they are autistic. And I think there needs to be more time invested in the educational system for Métis women and girls in finding out, you know, if they do have some struggles in certain departments and what way we can help them so that when they do get into the workforce, they can excel in the department that they want to be in. Because I think the struggle is there's so many options in the workforce, but there's so many, and it's hard to decide what you want to do. And sometimes these women don't get the opportunity to really have a simplistic view of society, because for autistic women, and speaking from myself, I didn't know until I was in my 20s what was going on with me and why things were so confusing. And I think if I had a place at a younger age to really dignify myself and understand why I had so many struggles, I think these women would also really benefit from something along those lines too. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Rhonda Hodgson from Alberta and proud to be a member of our New Dawn Society. We talked about, I think the biggest thing is, what is autism? Because of the spectrum, it's so wide. And I was just thinking, how could you explain it? And I'd love to see a video of different people with different types of autism and how it's shown. And because of the spectrum. So what is it? What does it look like? And what can we do to help?
Thank you. Good idea. Good idea. Oh, the sun came out.
Hi, my name is Cindy Novakowski. I'm from Salmon Arm, BC. So one thing that I don't see on the list that I think is important is also how long our people with disabilities live. And so, as pointed out yesterday, our caregivers, as they age, where is that care? Like, where does the support come in for the lifespan? Often, they're definitely outliving their parents who are caring for them. And when you're talking about single moms in rural or urban areas, if there's no other support, if there's no kin, then what? And so I think it's a major concern for, I have a nephew who has a disability who only started being employed in the last couple of months in Red Deer. And he doesn't have the ability to take care of himself. So where does he go if something happens to his mom or as she ages? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, okay, Kate, where are you? There's one more here. And that'll be the last one for now. I do want to tell you guys, you are amazing. And please, once again, Tamsin even has a phone number. She'd love it if you'd phone her like after 4 o'clock every day. So anyway, no, get a hold of her, send her emails. Or if you need to call, call. Go ahead.
Hi. I have a son who's heading for 27. We found his diagnosis in 2012, but there were certainly a lot of implications and certain characteristics that are in that spectrum that he was displaying beforehand. He had a lot of problems in school. People were looking for many other ways of describing what was going on with him, and they were all incorrect. So hence there was a lot of suffering with him, but he was smart enough, you know, and wise enough to know as I guided him, because I did this all alone, that, you know, certainly he was going to pull through this somehow. And what was failing in the education system, and then of course, I always say it's systematic anyway, everything's systematic, it's not just one area, was that the school teachers that taught specifically in that area had 1 semester of training in autism. 1 semester. Now that was back, like I said, how old he is now. I mean, so you're looking at a good, 20 years ago. Still, it doesn't help a child who's trying to fit himself into this world, knowing that he's very different and struggling once he became hormonal, to know that something's up with him and why was he here. So it was really, really tough. And for me as the caregiver, I was failing. I got quite sick at one point. But I came back. And so now he's in college. And I'm proud to say that he's doing really well. I mean, he's had his issues. He's made sure that he's out there, you know, looking for all the help for himself because he knows that he can't do it alone. He still struggles at times. But he knows to get out there and actually do, you know, look for the tutoring, et cetera, and the extra help, cutting his programs in half. Now, one of the things that I don't know that people realize is that a lot of people, especially children on that spectrum, have something called auditory processing delays, which means that if I'm speaking this fast and everybody else is able to hear me, he's missing it like from the beginning, and that causes a lot of stress. What I can say in general is that, you know, as a parent, if you've been doing this a long time, as I have been, especially alone, I commend you because it's not been easy at all. I've often been commended myself in the education system for bringing him along because most people do not understand what's going on, you know, in the minds and the hearts of these adults and of these children. All I can say is that we need supports with that. Somebody up here earlier recommended that, you know, a video is done, you know, with the stages of this. Again, you know, the system not knowing enough about it, but I often wonder if they want to do anything about it. And I just say we have to push. And even for, you know, the women that are out here, you know, economic supports, even if they're in a family, I mean, you know, there's problems with hiring them, just like this lady said over here. They don't want to look at you. So it just really bothers me as a you know, a mother and, you know, watching everybody else suffer through this, that more has to be done, and we have to march through this because it's very, 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 it becomes a serious system, but again, as long as we keep putting out the love and the support for everybody, then I believe we're going to get somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. So once again, like I told you guys, I just want to add one thing, and Laura will know what I'm talking about. And I think I missed it the other day when she mentioned it here. The other thing that LFMO is going to be working on is we are going to join the forces that need to have police stop treating autistic people like they're criminals, especially when they're nonverbal people. I know we have to break for lunch, so please get a hold of us. Send us whatever other notes and messages you have to help us build a plan that's going to be supportive and inclusive of all the things that you guys have talked about. You're the expert on these things. Before we break for lunch, though, I want to introduce you to somebody that doesn't know I'm going to do this. Part of the work that we do, like we have piles and piles of work that we do, but this woman invited me to join a committee called the Indigenous Women's Advisory Committee under Indigenous Services Canada. How do you like that? I could have used acronyms for all of that, but I didn't. And she's come to spend some time with us today, and she's an amazing woman. And I appreciate her so much. I learn a lot from her, and I'd like you to get to know Laura Mitchell, who is here, if she'll stand up. And she works for Indigenous Services Canada. And don't listen to any of the stories my daughter that's sitting beside you tells you, because they're not true. Anyway, just kidding. So we're going to ask our elder, Linda, to say grace for the food that we're about to receive.
Okay, we're being silly. Must be lunchtime. I'll say a grace. Creator, grandmothers and grandfathers, I give thanks for this day and for bringing us all together. I give thanks for the food that we're about to eat, and I ask that people make prayers and send good thoughts and vibes to those that don't have anything to eat or don't have a place to live and who are suffering from feeling unloved. Send love out to the universe to circle them with comfort and care as we go about our business in this opulent environment that we're in. And I ask that we always think of, with kindness, of those that don't have what we do, and to be thankful for what we do have. Hi, kinanaskamdan.
Okay, so Andrea's just asked that all the Métis women from Alberta meet by the staircase, and we're going to get a picture before lunch. Yeah, it'll be really epic. Have a good lunch, you mischief goddesses.
Where is this going? Sorry. We're going to do an interview. So if you can grab that light, thanks. Are you okay with that?
Well, like, sure, like, there's not somebody just asking me questions, I just talk, like, how long do you want me to talk for?
Hi, my name is, what's your name?
Virginia.
Hi, my name is Virginia. I'm here at the LFMO forum, and I just did a presentation. And I think this forum is a great thing for mental health for the women here. Spoken to a lot of the women here, and I've heard their issues and concerns.
All right, I'm gonna clip this on you really quick. Do you have like, yeah, wherever. All right, I'll just do it in here. Hidden then. Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you.
Somebody's talking to Tom. He's doing the switching.
Yeah?
Yep.
No big hurry.
Yeah, we'll stand by. I think. Yeah, either that or we'll wait for. Yeah, so I'm thinking we should just go ahead with it. Okay.
I don't need a mic, right? This is it? All right. Hi, I'm Virginia LaCroix from Saskatchewan. I hail from Willowbunch, Saskatchewan, and I currently live in the Quapaw Valley.
So I'll tell you when you can go.
Oh.
And then you'll be holding the microphone. So
That's
hold the
what I just asked,
microphone.
like, do I need a mic? And I thought this was the mic.
Yeah, you hold it at right about
Okay.
6 inches from your
Okay, I'll wait.
from your chin.
Now I'm
Can you just look at the camera? We're just trying to set the lights on.
Can I ask you a question? Is this live? Not yet. No, but like, will it be live?
Could be coming from the slide projector. Okay. Would you mind standing over here to see what it looks like from over here? Is that better? Okay. I'm just standing by here. I think that tie's gonna be back any second.
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah. No. Excuse me. Oh, here she comes.
Hey, thank you. Sorry
So I
about
have to turn this microphone on. It's not
Okay,
on.
so I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself.
So the light on the microphone's not on, but I can see the digits. You don't want to turn it on yet. Okay, it's unmuted now. Check 1 2. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Check check. Do you want me to turn this back off or just leave it where it is? Is it hot right now? Check 1 2.
Ready? 5, 4.
And action.
He's going to, yeah. Hi, I'm here from the Policy Forum. Would you be able to introduce yourself for us?
Hi, my name is Virginia LaCroix. I am originally from Willowbunch, Saskatchewan, or I should say my family is. I currently live in the Quipeau Valley.
Great. And what brought you to the Policy Forum this year?
Well, it's been years since the women gathered, so it was a really good opportunity to come together. And of course, we have this camaraderie of Métis women, and it's the spiritual lift, like when you leave these conferences every time. And you come and you get all this knowledge and information from LFMO, and you take this back to your home communities and share it with them. And the ideas that come out of these conferences always bring me back, because it's always a different perspective, always another way to look at things, and that's what I love about this community.
Amazing. And what's been your favorite part so far?
Definitely Jean Taillet's presentation about the Pretendians, and really opens your eyes about the impact of that to our communities.
Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good lunch. Okay, we're going to lunch. See you after.
check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Hello? Hello? Hi, sorry to interrupt your lunch. I wondered if people with the last name beginning with the letter A to the letter D, if you could see me out in the entranceway. Thank you. So letter A to letter D.
Hello, everyone. If you have the last name E through J, if you could just come see us out front for a second.
Are you guys enjoying your lunch? Good, good, good. I'd just like to ask all the BC women that are here and youth and girls, please, we'd like to get a picture of all of you as well. So I think this is a fun thing to do for LMFO, if we can sort of get us all the different provinces. I think it would be great if we could get pictures of each other. So, and then hopefully get one big national one. So, we're gonna go out front.
Can you announce for Manitoba to meet on the stairs?
And I was just asked for the Manitoba women to meet on the stairs as well. But also remind you that LMFO is also giving or asking people by your alphabet and your last name. So please be mindful and be listening because they have an agenda to take care of as well. And I don't want to hold it up.
Thanks, Pixie. You're welcome.
Yep. Thanks. Oh, sorry.
Hello, one last call for those from Manitoba. I think Emily and Victoria, maybe if you're in the room, we're just on the stairs. We're a small but mighty crew from Manitoba.
Okay, everyone, if your last name starts with K to P, come see us outside.
Of course.
Hello? So I know that they're still calling you guys up for checks and stuff, but we're going to try to get going. I just want to make mention of something. Just after when we broke for lunch, I noticed that, I got told that some of you seen the RCMP come and Actually, he's a Métis RCMP officer that came to see me, and quite on purpose, because he's going to help. He's an ally. So I just want you guys to know that. And actually, one of the things that I talked to him about was the situation that I had mentioned to you when we were talking about autism. And he's going to be one of the people that's going to help me feather through the RCMP policy process to help us do things differently. So I know that sometimes police trigger us, but you know what? Sometimes they're also an ally in some instances. I don't know that there are many of those, but he's one of our allies. Thank you.
Okay, so next we have the presentation on Métis midwifery. Is it midwifery or midwifery? Midwifery, thank you. And a return to Indigenous birthing practices by Christina Kennard from the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan. She's the Deputy Chief of Administrative Transportation. Please help me welcome Christina.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here today. I'm assuming everything sounds okay and you can hear me. I definitely can't hear you guys, and I feel really alone over here. But anyway, I know you're there. So my name is Christina Conrad, and I'm the Deputy Chief of Administrative Transformation. I really think transportation is needed, so maybe that should be that too. It's a transformation title, as we end up transforming from from a nonprofit into government. So I'm extremely happy to be having this conversation today with all of you present. I can feel the women and the power in this room is where, the Métis, actually all Indigenous women have been the strength of our entire well-being for eternity. And then when we talk specifically about midwifery, this is where our Indigenous birthing practices end up being lost when colonial ways of birthing methods have come into play. So there is actually only one Indigenous midwife registered in Saskatchewan. And that's very sad, because we do know that our elders and traditionally have been helping to deliver babies in communities and around family for years and years and years. And some of the quotes we've heard from elders as in terms of giving birth are the communities are missing the baby's cries because they're not allowed to birth inside their home anymore, outside of community. In northern Saskatchewan, mortality rates are quadruple the amount of as opposed to those that are around urban centers that have hospitals and treatment centers. So one thing that this midwifery is going to do is, one, it's going to argue legislation. First and foremost, we do have to continually follow Saskatchewan specifically health legislation, which falls under the provincial government. And then also the federal government, of course. So arguing some of those birthing practices and making it legal to birth from home again. So when we talk about being able to get more registered midwives, it isn't just more registered midwives, it's more legal practice midwives. So this project that M&S has been working on, it hasn't even been a project that was just M&S. It was actually one of my capstone projects before when I finished university, of a center that was a safe place for women to come and actually be protected from the environments that increase cortisol levels and end up having babies being born without their balance of fear. There's a lot of generational traumas that many of us Indigenous and Métis women carry, and then we we carry it on to our children unknowingly through it's biology. There's a class that I'd taken. It was called it's something about trauma informed response. But one of the pieces was there was a doctor that came there and talked about the traditional ways of protecting a woman from external pressures, not only just environment, but even like working pressures, um, family violence, alcohol, addiction, all that stuff. They were brought out of that environment and protected to make sure that their chemical balances allowed the full gestation in a healthy way of baby. So without that, they end up being born with predisposed generational traumas. I bring the story up of my daughter. I'm generational trauma, and I almost married my dad. So in that environment, I was lived in a domestic violence situation. I was always scared. I was always on my toes. And my daughter was born with OCD, not just a small form of OCD. It was diagnosed when she was an early age. It was 2 years old, and she struggles with it for her entire life, and she will. I didn't end up marrying that person, and I was able to transition I call it my paradigm shift happened when I was about 35 years old. And I ended up being more of a healthy person and being able to, understand my worth and the way healthy families are supposed to be. I ended up with a wonderful, supportive, giving, caring, like the most amazing man that I didn't even know the world had. There is actually amazing men out there. Surprised at that time, not anymore, but I was very surprised. And my second child, my son, I was healthy. I was safe. Never felt like I was controlled or pushed around or beat up or anything like that. And he is born a jerk. Why he was a jerk is because he's healthy. He's able to like be assertive and like not talk back, but like being able to balance his own fears and be able to like do new things and explore new things without so many fears. And it's quite astounding to once hear about those teachings after was like, wow, that is what we were supposed to be able to provide to our children. I feel like, there's always that guilt in there, but I do the best I can with my daughter now and help her through stuff, but she'll have to live with that her entire life. So the midwifery, the center that M&S is planning is a safe place for expecting women to come long term, not just to come and just while they're expecting and then see you later, go home. That's not traditional practices either. And it's not so that they'd come there and have a hospital environment, super extreme sanitary, and everybody wearing, mask, not letting anybody in the room. The concept is to have the phase one will be to have probably about a 40-bedroom apartment style complex that women that are expecting can come in with their families, be supported, learn how to, make themselves comfortable, place barriers or boundaries down on any environment that makes them feel unhealthy or at risk, have elder support, have cultural activities, crafting, and it's 24 hours available care when they need it, how they need it. And then when they are able, when they're ready to give birth, they give birth in the place that they're in, not in a hospital. One elder said, the hospital is meant for sick people. Building your family is not an illness. Why are they in the hospital? So the legislation forces women these days to go into the hospital and have their babies there. And if they choose not to, then there's no other option right now unless you can get a registered midwife. And even those in the north, they even avoid prenatal, all prenatal care because they don't want to go to the hospital. And it's not even that they don't, that they can't. So phase one is going to be building the facility and having people come in from the point of gestation all the way to giving birth. And then there's a phased approach on being able to get healthy ways of growing your family. Many of us have, well, it's my my grandmother who went to residential school and didn't learn the proper ways of caring. And then it goes into, my mother only knowing what she was taught through her mom, not being able to build a family healthy. So there's going to be a lot of elders to come in and teach them how to care for their children, teach them, that, breastfeeding is natural, teach them about making moss bags, making, doing that all through the first year, maybe two of growing the family in a healthy way. So it's not just a come in and have your baby and go. It's a process. And it is, so it's going to be a lot of doulas are going to be there for supports. But the facility phase 2 or 3 is going to be just that, a Indigenous midwifery training facility, so that they aren't going into the university hospital and or any hospital to do their training in a hospital, and then they learn those colonial ways of practicing based on where they're training from. So right now what we're doing is we've done phase 1 of the research. So the University of Saskatchewan and Métis Nation worked together on a research project on the current midwifery practices. Phase 2 is to, we've already done some at the same time as we're going, but a lot of research on traditional practices. So those traditional practices, not only is it going to be training within the facility as Indigenous practices of midwifery, but the teachings of those practices and having the resources available that allow for some of those practices. And as we know, Métis are all, we all come from a diverse background. Actually, family to family units are quite unique in its own way. So some of them, maybe it's the birthing stone, maybe it's, I don't know, it's just, I can't even say because it's not even me. It's coming from the histories behind midwifery and being able to practice those things. I know Sturgeon Lake First Nation here in Saskatchewan is currently arguing legislation behind where individuals can actually give birth, because right now it states that the only time a home birth is allowed is when they're, I think it's like as small as 20 kilometers from an emergency room with a anesthesiologist on staff 100% of the time. And that really only leaves 2-3 communities in Saskatchewan. So when we have expecting moms that live in the far north, not only are we removing them from their community, but we're bringing them into a community that is not culturally appropriate for them and away from their family, which also then increases anxiety. Like that was my worst fear of having a baby, was going into the hospital. Who wants to be in the hospital? So yeah, that's a little bit about where we're at. So this project has been, like I said, it was part of my capstone project before I came into M&S, and I gifted it to M&S just a year and a half ago. And now it's going to be Métis focused. It's going to flourish. And I am just so excited to see some of these things happen. The only other center I do believe that there is in Toronto or Ontario, and it also is very, very close to hospital. So yeah, that's just a short presentation on where we're at with that Indigenous, midwifery and birthing center. The concept is to gift everything that we invest in to other governing members to change and adapt to whatever design or whatever their needs are. But we don't want this to be just a Métis Nation Saskatchewan thing. We all know that midwifery, Indigenous design midwifery practices and supports need to happen all across our country. So thank you. That's what I got. Is there any questions, comments?
Ashley, can she hear me? Christine, I really thank you for the time that you've taken to come and present that. Métis Nation of Saskatchewan is going to be the pilot of the first midwifery initiative that we're doing within the Métis Nation. And we will be pushing Indigenous Services Canada to make sure that there are more opportunities throughout the Métis homeland, so that midwifery is not like a foreign kind of concept out there. So we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
So I know we're a little behind on the agenda, and so I'm going to try to speed things up. You know, it takes a brave man to be able to come into a room full of women and educate us, but that's what we're going to do now. I want to introduce you guys to our Métis Women's Shelter project. We hired a company which is mostly made up of Métis, if not for Indigenous people, called Envision, to come and help us do an environmental scan and prepare us in trying to address the issues of shelters for Métis women. And I actually want to say this before we even get going. We have just recently learned, and we're in the process of trying to wrap our head around all of this. We have the opportunity to put 5 Métis women's shelters in Canada. So with the great work that Envision has done for us, we have the building block to really put this forward. So I want to welcome Andrew up here. Andrew McGregor is joining us. He's been with Envision since 2019, which he started as a student placement for his Master's of Arts program at Carleton University, and joined the research team after completing his first summer field course in Whitehorse, Yukon. Since then, he has his interdisciplinary research skills on display, contributing to a wide range of projects, including labor market analysis, labor market analysis, legal research initiatives, cultural awareness programs, and business and governmental management projects, among others. Outside of the office, he is an avid hockey fan, logging countless, some of you guys will like that, right, Luann? Logging countless hours on the outdoors rinks in Ottawa and coaching the neighborhood kids when visiting the hometown of Whitley, Ontario. So could Andrew, is Jonathan here? Okay, come up, brave man. Clicker, everything you need.
Hello, everyone. So I want to make sure that the microphone is a good distance. I'm a middle child, so I actually have a built-in microphone, so I don't want to be too loud up here. Let me start out by saying what an honor it is to be here. Just to sit back and hear all of the different projects and initiatives and just experts that are in this room. It's just so inspiring, and I'm so happy to get this invite and looking so forward to working with all of you on this important initiative. So thank you very much. I also wanted to say it's very impressive and something that's really touched my heart, all of the conversations that we've had about just neurodivergence and the different kind of groups of people coming together here. That's something that I'm counted among one of the groups of neurodivergence out there. And so to just meet and engage and interact and know that there's so many others out there like me. And the term that was used at my table was, it's a superpower. I really, really love that, because this is one of the projects where my superpower is coming out, because it is so exciting to me. And I'm sure if you've ever talked to Lisa, you know that she's very excited about this as well. So we're looking very forward to continuing this. And President Omenu, thank you for making that announcement about the shelters before, because we didn't know that it was going to be 5 shelters. We thought it was going to be 1. And so that was great news. And I was standing here saying, don't spill the beans. Like, I was shaking. So one little thing is now off my plate. I'm not going to spoil the ending of anything. We are already good to go on this, and it is working out better than we could have expected. So thank you. So, this is my clicker here. So Melanie did a great job of kind of introducing who I am. I work with Envision Insight Group. We are an Indigenous consulting company in Ottawa. We've been in this world for about 20 years or so. 3 different Indigenous consulting groups came together and formed a supergroup. So here we are. I've been working on this project with the LFMO and Lisa and everyone since about February, I believe. It's been an absolute blast. One of those things, once you start getting into it, it's hard to stop, because there is just so much important work that needs to happen. And so I'm so happy to be a part of this. I'm going to give a quick description of what we're doing. There we go. So we've been brought on. There was 2 components to this project. So the first was going to be a feasibility study. We were looking around to see, is this possible? Are we able to even do this? Spoiler alert, yes, we absolutely can, and it is absolutely needed. There are no Métis-specific women's shelters in Canada. There are women's shelters for First Nations. There are women's shelters for Inuit. There are none for Métis. So we are zeroed in on this. That is now driving us forward, and we now have the backing from the government to actually push through it. So the second piece to this, and we've had to reorganize it a little bit, but it's the business plan. So the business plan is basically we're putting together all of the operational requirements, the funding, the staffing, everything that's needed to make something like this work. I've been saying to members at my table that the work that I feel like I've done to date, it really feels like it's the footnote on this project. And one of the big reasons for that is because the engagement is the biggest piece. If we're going to be creating a women's shelter and programming for Métis, it needs to be created and molded by Métis. It needs to be completely informed by the experiences and the narratives of the Métis. So coming here today, this is the first step in the engagement with everyone. I want to hear all of the stories, all of the narratives. You're going to write the book of this shelter, of these shelters, and I'm going to put the footnotes into it with the data and the financing and all of that good stuff. We have a fantastic financial officer, economic officer, accountant. He's based in Alberta, and he's put together a financial model for us that's it's very adaptable, it's very kind of replicable across. So I've been describing it as almost the Lego model, where we're going to cost out everything that's needed, everything that we hear that you want in these shelters, and then we're going to kind of put them on a plate that you can build into it. So it's a very exciting time, because this is not how a business plan would normally go. This is not how shelters normally operate. But again, no shelter like this has ever been done before. So we're kind of creating something new, and we're kind of putting you all in the driver's seat for this one. And we're just going to do the background work to make sure that it can kind of fit together and get functioning. So I'll go through just a couple just little background points, things that we need to think about before we break out into these discussion groups. So we really wanted to go right to the base and find out what is it that we're actually talking about. So there's really two types of shelters that we were focused on. We've got the first and the second stage. The first stage are often called the emergency shelters. They're very short term. It's to get out of a situation that is violent or troubling. You can only stay generally between 3 and 6 weeks. Usually it's closer to 3. And that's problematic for all kinds of reasons that we will get into throughout the discussion groups, no doubt. The second stage shelters are a little bit longer term. I don't want to call them long term, because they really are only about 6 to 12 months. And those ones are designed to give people a chance to get back on their feet and kind of rebuild the life, so that they can kind of move on past that and not be forced back into the situation they're trying to escape. There's a few that we came across in the environmental scan that are the hybrid models. They're very rare, but it's the first stage that then transitions into the second stage. It's a very promising and kind of appealing model, but unfortunately it's just not a common practice. So that's something that we have looked at, and we have documented all of it. So we've done the case studies, we've pulled the analysis, it's exciting. The second part that we were looking at is the actual location. So we have big cities that already have shelters, again, none of them Métis specific, that will serve a much larger population. But we have small community shelters that will also serve a very important function, because there is no capacity there. So a small town, somebody trying to flee a violent situation, may not have anywhere to go. And so we put together those two to look at and see which of these is the most appealing, which is the preference that we want to go with. Again, this is what the engagements and the discussion groups are for. And believe me, this is not going to be the only time that we talk. We're going to be following back and checking in on this for a while, I think, a couple months. It's very ongoing. We want you to be involved in the process as much, if not more, than we are. So that's our goal right there. So 2 things to consider. Now, these are just some of the key stats that came out, and I cherry-picked these ones from the report because it is a very information-dense report, but these are some important ones. We know that gender-based and intimate partner violence is one of the leading causes of homelessness for women. And one of the really, really concerning stats, so this is actually, I'm jumping to the third point here, but one of the concerning stats for me, oh, I keep clicking it on my own computer, not, I see what Tara was saying now. It's like you get so lost in it that sometimes. So they do what's called the point in time test for shelters, where they look at a specific day and basically pull the stats to show this is what's happening in the shelter at that time. This past one, I think it was in April of 2021. But what happened is they interviewed the women that were leaving it, and of the women that were leaving, 30% were going back to the home of the abuser. There's no information beyond the why there, but some of the other research that we've seen has indicated because there just isn't another option. They're there for the 3 weeks, and there's really nowhere else to go. and are basically forced back into this violent situation. Now, that's problematic for all of the reasons. And so this is a very big driver of the work that we're doing here. The other thing on this is that we were looking at, I think it was ESDC statistics on shelters. There were 557 residential facilities total, and 78% of them were the short-term emergency shelters, whereas only 22% were the transitional second stage. So if you get timed out of the emergency shelter, the capacity for second stage is almost non-existent. 6 to 12 months is a much more realistic time frame for kind of building yourself back up. And so we wanted to really look at that as well and say, what model are we looking at here? What is the issue that is coming out? So I pulled out a graphic. This is the housing continuum. Anyone in housing has seen this. This is the CMHC. Oh, right. Thank you. This is the CMHC that does this graphic. Now, this graphic's a little bit problematic for a couple of reasons. The terminology on it is, but the spectrum is what I really want to focus on. If you look at the orange is the emergency shelter that you get about 3 weeks to stay in. If you don't get into this second stage transition housing, we can start to see why the going back to the house with the abuser is what a lot of women are opting for now. Because if the alternative is homelessness or houselessness, that might be the only decision. You're basically forcing between a rock and a hard place here. So we really, really want to emphasize that while we are looking at emergency shelters, second stage shelters, we need to consider this in the broader picture of what are the real issues that we're trying to solve. Because getting a bed for a night or for 3 weeks is, okay, good for the short-term situation, but there is this bigger, broader situation that needs to be considered as well. And so when we're talking about building these shelters, we're not just talking about putting up a structure, because that's easy. There's 557 of those structures out there already. We want to do something that's a lot more holistic. We want to get the structure, but we want to get the programming and everything else that comes with it and the supports needed so that we can take these people out of the situation rather than have it become a perpetual cycle where there's just a constant checking back into these shelters. So that's basically the highlights, the overview of this project. I'm available if anybody wants to talk. I'm sure I'm going to be reaching out to many of you as well because we will be putting together some working groups or some steering committees for them. Like I said, I'm not going to be the one that's doing all of these programs and whatnot. You are. I'm just going to write the report and make it pretty. But feel free to reach out. I'm around here for the rest of the day and for tomorrow, so that's that. And we're going to go into some breakout groups. I've been loving the conversations that we're having. I'm sorry, I went on a lot longer than I expected I would. These are some of the questions that we came up with. But again, we're not stuck to these. If you have other categories that you want to add to it, if you have other questions or content that you think needs to be included, please write it down, send an email, let me know. But for now, I think what we want to do is do we have the 10 minutes, 15 minutes to go through some breakouts? Sure. I know we're behind schedule, so if not. Go for it. If this is important, go. Amazing. Okay, so let's do that then. Let's take about 10 or 15 minutes. Any of the questions, all of the questions. I guess like Tamsin, I'm also very inquisitive and added more questions than I needed to on there. But all of the answers are important. So please, amongst yourselves, let's come up with some options, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes to go through some of them. Yeah. So I'll read the questions out loud just in case people can't see them. So on gender-based violence resources, what gender-based violence resources or support services are currently available in your community, and how could they be improved? I'm worried about yelling. Sorry, everyone. I'm just reading the questions out in case anybody needs them. You're good. You're better than me. So we're going to talk about then the accessibility of resources. We want to know how accessible are gender-based violence support services for Métis women and gender diverse people in your community? How do women or gender diverse people facing gender-based violence in your community currently seek support? What are the barriers to emergency support services? Then we're going to go to Métis-specific programming. This is a big one. What are some programs or initiatives you would like to see to support Métis women and gender diverse people in your region? And then on the shelter location and models, where do you think would be more suitable for a Métis shelter, in a rural or an urban environment? And is there a greater need for emergency shelters, so the short-term 3 to 6 week ones, or second stage housing shelters, so the medium term 6 to 12 months? So those are the questions. Answer as many as you can. More information is better. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
So I want to tell you that I remember this morning I said to you guys that some of the conversations and the things that we need to talk to are going to be some tough conversations. And, you know, when we're dealing with intimate partner violence, there is absolutely no gentle way or conversations, especially for those of us that have been impacted by that at some point in our lives. So I appreciate the time you guys are taking, but I also want to say this to you. The reason we have our Grandmothers Council here, as well as Angie Bear is here, who works and actually used to be, oh my God, I can't remember. But anyway, she was like a systems navigator for the MMIWG. And reach out. We can certainly find you support, some people to talk to if any of this stuff has bothered you at all. Because there's just no way when you've been somebody who's been impacted by a relationship that goes that sideways, those scars last forever. You're not going to get rid of them that easily. So I also want to say this to you because Andrew did an amazing job, but this isn't going to be the only engagement. We are going to have surveys, there will be focus groups, and there may even be some one-on-one interviews if you're interested, because we want to do this right. We don't want to just put something there because we said this would be nice to have that. We want to make sure that it's something that fits within what will be effectively something that works for Métis women and helps them, support them to get out of situations that have really traumatized them. So did you guys want to talk about what you guys talked about at your tables? Does anybody want to? I don't want to make it, trigger anybody, but if they want to, if we have our mic runners, they can talk. You want 5 more minutes? Okay, I'll look at my hidden agenda and you have 5 more minutes.
Give it a couple minutes? Yeah.
Hey everyone, a little Métis birdie just told me that Stella's available in the back if anyone wants to smudge. Those are the birdies. The birdies are waving.
So was that enough 5 minutes for you? So my mic runners. Okay, so who would like to talk about what was at the table for conversations? And Andrew is here with me as much as he's down there being mothered by a bunch of women who have him at our table here. He'll listen to you. Questions or anything? Comments? I think I lost half my room. Oh, they're outside smudging. Okay, hang on. I know something that will bring them back in the room. Praying and singing. Me too. No, I'm glad they are. If anybody that was triggered by that needs to. So, you know, LFMO does all kinds of things, and one of them is we have some suitcases. And I know some of you definitely will. So I'm going to draw some names here because I don't have enough to give all of you one. I would have loved to, but I do have a bunch. So I'm going to draw some names and I'm going to read them with my microscope. Brittany Ryan. If you go out to the desk there, you'll get a suitcase. If you guys are wondering why I pulled one name out and didn't read it, it was because it was one of my staff. They're not getting a suitcase. Oh, see, Sister's come in very handy. She's bringing me a magnifying glass. Claire Kearns. Is she here? Oh, I like this thing. Amber Dawn Smith. Okay, she's out then. No, actually, I'm just kidding.
Is she getting closer to your name?
You know, it wasn't like it isn't bad enough that they found the finest, smallest font to print this stuff in. They also folded them up so that my broken little fingers don't want to open them. So anyway, we talked about disabilities, and all of us have some, even when we don't want to admit it. So Kayla McDougall. Oh, look, and I always get help, too. I want to tell you something, a little story about disability. So sometimes I know I have disabilities, and I hate to admit that, and for many years I didn't. But, you know, I always tell my girls even sometimes, no, let me do it. Because if I quit trying, I'll have even less ability. So when you help somebody with disabilities, only help them to the point that they ask you to help, or they let you help them, because sometimes they need to keep trying. Well, that was my daughter who says, unless she's going to cut herself, she takes the knives away from me. Just saying. So Alex Sky Wells, or maybe Alexis Sky Wells. Sorry. You're doing this for me, and I sorry, cut into your way there. Oh, I don't know who this woman, maybe she's not here. June Smart. Just kidding. June.
Go get a piece of luggage.
Oh, I dropped it. It fell out.
I can't hear you.
Ship.
I had a conference prior, and I got one, so I don't want one. I'll give it to someone else. Thank you.
Thanks, June. Jody Cook.
Where is Jody? She's outside.
Myrna Slater. Yeah? Not right now. My timekeepers are after me. Oh, I wonder who the heck this is. Diane Ludwig.
I think she's outside. She's outside smudging.
Not this one, staff. No staff's getting suitcases. No, and don't kid yourself. I do give them gifts too sometimes. Kimberly
Saftenberg. Where'd she go?
Saftenberg. Okay. You know, being my last name's Omenhio, I shouldn't be struggling with anybody else's name, should I? Nancy Vieira. We're only going to do a few of these for now because we got a big agenda. And we're just trying to wait till some of the women come back. Oh, I don't think I know this one either. Paulette Dahlside. She's not here either. Janet Leigh Ovens. Okay. Teresa Bubb. Hope Adina Adler. You guys, please let these women know that they've got a suitcase out there when they come back. Emily Pruder. Tanya Vanessa Shaw. Just reminder. Candace Cook. Candy DeBray.
Kim Saftenberg, go get your suitcase.
Oh my God. Janice Friedel. I thought she would. I didn't want anybody to think that I was cutting you out. Andre Forrest. No Andre Forrest?
Andre or Andrea?
Andrea.
Andrea. Oh, Andre. Andre Forrest.
I thought I read it right, but I got my double checker here. Bridget Furlonger. Jennifer McCoyley, or okay, I'm not Italian, so I'm really butchering this. Musiolo. Musiolo. See, I told you I wasn't Italian. Karen Harrison. Are they done smudging and singing out there yet? Kathleen Mary Boston. Wonder who the heck that might be. Okay, well, let her know there's a suitcase out there for her. Christian Acuna.
Exactly, yeah. Good for you.
Suzanne Fraser. You guys, don't you need a suitcase to take all those swag bags home? Rosalind Schneider. Okay. Julianne Handerhand. I wonder who that might be. Woo, sister. Gloria Paulette. I don't have any idea where I'm at, by the way.
Yeah, neither do I.
Marie. Oh. Yuri. Maria Elena Godzlena. Okay, I can't say. I'm not Mexican either.
Gonzalez?
Saldana. Is he there? Did he? Oh, yeah, he's gone to do an interview. Anyway, this is Yuri's mother-in-law from Mexico. I should introduce her. There is a little tiny lady that's around us that is here visiting us from Mexico. She can't speak English, but she's as cute as a button, and her daughter looks just like her. Pearl Gabona. Patricia Taylor. Crystal, did you want a suitcase? I would love for you to have one of our suitcases. Being she travels all over with us, isn't that cool? She could have an LFMO suitcase. Trudy Gladys Turner. Are our smudgers back in the room?
Walked in and look at that.
Kathleen Nisbet. Is she? Oh yeah, that was our fiddle player. I knew I recognized that name. Okay, you take her suitcase, Miss Ty. Jordan Plain.
Jordan's not here. Jordan's not here.
Oh, okay. Cheryl Dodman.
Hey,
She here?
Yeah. Probably out smudging. I have to call those.
Colette Marie Patras.
I'm just going to like yeah. Is that okay? Yeah, I'll just put this on.
Carmen Lagos.
Not here.
Bernadine Grant.
Bingo!
Stella Howard.
Bingo, you're welcome.
Brooklyn Bray Maggie Chalmers. So by the way, you guys, these are probably legal names because they probably came off the flight list stuff. So if you're wondering where all these middle names are coming from, that's probably it. Gwen Teresa King. Look at her jump up and run. Madeline Joan Pilon. Cora Bunn. Okay, so I'm going to leave those for a bit, and we got to get back to what we were doing.
Okay, let's start. And see how many we have left over.
We'll still have lots because we had 80.
Okay.
I didn't call any names. So Andrew's actually anxiously waiting to see if any of you want to start giving some feedback. And Bernie's back in the room with her special little elf moccasins, so it's time to start up.
She is, because she is our spokesperson.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Thanks for that.
She's going to be our voice.
Hello?
I got somebody right here.
Okay, do we have a mic over there where Sharon is? Okay, please go.
We are with you.
We're with you. Hi, I'm Carrie Ann, and I currently live in Belleville. And we're fortunate enough to have a shelter in our community for women escaping domestic violence. And we also have in our sister community of Tyendinaga a First Nation shelter. So between the two, we work together to support our women and children. So looking at some of our questions here about what could be improved, right off the top is beds. There are never enough bed space. We're often very full. I should share that I work in the shelter system. So like I said, we will take women in. If we're full, we'll work towards relocating them to our sister shelters, but sometimes they're displaced as far away as Ottawa, for example. So from Belleville to Ottawa, that's quite a trek to be removed from your community. So definitely more beds. And our table came up with one of the ideas of going back to our grassroots. So in my community back in the day, before the shelter was built, we had kind of an underground system of families and women that would take our women to their homes until they could find their own housing. So looking at having host families might be an option. Going back to that idea, some of the ideas that we threw around were Airbnbs, motels, safe homes, providing some shelter for women when bed space is not available. Again, those are just short-term solutions. Some of the barriers for support that we've run into is women very often won't leave their pets. That's something that we face a lot. So in our community, we've worked with veterinarians who will sometimes house people's pets, but again, looking for places for animals. Rural women that have horses, you can't always bring them to a veterinarian, so that's another barrier that people don't often think about, is leaving their beloved pets behind and why women return. The other thing that people might not be aware of, at the shelter I work with, boys that are 12 years old, and I say the word boys because to me they're children, I have sons, when they're 12 years and up, they can't accompany their mothers. They're not allowed in the shelter at 12 and up. So what is a woman to do? Leave her 12-year-old son behind? That's a huge barrier. The young women that are 16 and up, they're considered women. So they come in with their mothers and they have to open their own files. People don't often know that. Sometimes they don't want to do that. They want to stay in the room with their mom. They don't want to apply for OW on their own. They're scared. These are barriers that our women face very often, so things that need to be looked at. On top of the barriers that there aren't, this is why we're doing this, there's not anything specific to our Métis women. So on top of that, they're coming into this scary environment. They're separated from their children. They're separated from their pets, their culture, their communities. So there's a lot of barriers that we're facing when we're looking at people living in domestic violence situations. We also addressed the urban versus rural. So for our rural women, although they might be very displaced going to a rural community, in the small towns, everybody knows everybody. You know where that shelter is. You're gonna, see who's coming and going. It's not safe for our women to go there. They're recognized, they're not hidden. People talk, unfortunately. Word gets back, oh, Lucy is over at the shelter. I wonder what's going on over there. All of a sudden they're embarrassed, they're ashamed, they're found out. But then bringing them to a city, although they might get lost in the system and not be easily found, there's more resources there. But again, they're displaced from their family, their pets, their homes, their support system. So another barrier, but I think from what I've seen in my experiences, the cities were a little more safe per se, and offered more to the women. And so the barrier there to look at would be just to get them from their location in the country over to the city. So we've worked in our community to work with the U-Rides and taxis and whatnot, and they just go and pick up our women and bring them to us. So working out some transportation for them. And then opens up the question on how do these women know to do that, right? So hotlines, putting up posters. We've worked to put them in bars or restaurants on the stall doors in the bathrooms, the things. We hand out swags at community events. So lipstick cases that don't have lipstick, you open it up and there's a little telephone numbers, that kind of stuff, doctor's offices, hospitals, as many places as you can. So what we were talking about earlier, when we were talking about when somebody's arrested in the judicial system, so same kind of thing, have the phone numbers there for the shelters so that people know how to reach out without having to identify what they're looking for, because that's not safe either. To say, hey, I'm looking for a shelter, you know, that's not easy for people to do. And I think that's everything. I'll just consult with my table. Was that everything? Okay, I think that's all of our feedback.
Amazing. So also, could you leave your number with Andrew? I think we need to talk to you. Hey, Ann, can you imagine telling your 12-year-old, I'm sorry, your dad pounded on me and beat the hell out of me, and now you've got to disassociate from me because you're a boy and we're in a shelter. Like, I just can't even imagine the trauma of that. And 12-year-olds are still babies in my world. Don't throw that away. Sorry. Can I just tell you guys, I was given an amazing box of gifts. And there's a lot of wrapping and stuff that goes with it. And Laura and June have just made me so humbled. But anyway, so I'm not letting anybody throw the stuffing part away so I can rewrap everything. So Sharon's here with somebody else that has something to say. Is there?
It's Kate's. Kate's over there.
Oh, Kate's over here? Oh, sorry. Go for it, Kate.
Hi, my name is Callie Cochran. I am a lawyer who has been specializing in domestic violence and gender-based violence for the past 5 years. One program I just learned about in my community in my city of Sudbury, Ontario, is there's this program for women that are thinking of leaving or have left an intimate partner violence situation. And it's a program where they teach them about domestic violence, about coercive control, and how to build up their self-esteem, and about financial literacy and coming out of a domestic violence relationship. And it'd be really cool if we could create something that's Métis specific, of kind of a toolkit for women that are leaving abusive situations, because as well, like, shelters are great and awesome and need to be funded, but the reality is there's still a lot of stigma about going to a shelter, and so many women simply won't even go to one. Even if it is that bad and even if it is available. So having other resources to support women is really important as well.
Thanks, Kelly. Ashley, Kelly, will you come here for a sec? I have a card for you. Kelly had approached me earlier, and she's a lawyer that works on gender-based violence files. So she's going to be engaging with Andrew at a bigger scale than that for some of the work that we're doing. Okay, you guys, these lights are so bright, sometimes it's hard to see. So over there.
Hello. Hi.
Okay, go ahead.
Check. Thank you. Speaking on the behalf of my wonderful table here, what came out is housing is primordial in the sense that if you don't have housing, you're going to be forced back into a situation of violence or onto the street. I'm going to put my glasses on. I did this halfway through. Sorry, folks. I have to read my own writing, but it's easier with glasses on. And so it could lead to think about other complicated vulnerabilities that this would put women in, because if we don't have the housing, then they'd be forced to turn to activities that they would have to do to invest in their living. So you can just imagine what they might do. I won't go on that one. We have to think about this idea of rural and long-term shelters or housing. We could think about maybe making use of, and I think it was talked a bit over here, you can make the extension to using the existing structures or systems of emergency shelters or homes. And we expanded on that point to say that if there's a lot of emergency shelters already in a community, then maybe we should look at doing the extended housing situation and just making the links between the two, so that the women that are in the short-term emergency situations could then move over there. So it could be looked at from that perspective as well. We're trying to approach the question on, who and where gets the shelters or the housing. Well, there's X number of Métis provinces, and you could think about there's the largest number of Métis women, but you might want to look behind the scenes and think about which Métis women and look at the factors that might make them more vulnerable and needy for a house, rather than think it's just the largest number of Métis women. So let's be wise about what we consider that. What would we like to include in some of these houses? So we dreamt up a little wish list. And of course, Métis competence underlines every position that you want to put into a house with Métis people. So there could be child and family support programs and personnel, mental health workers. Doctors are getting a connection to a doctor, because often these women probably lack that service or is in need of that service. Traditional healers, think about that as well, having that available. Approaches that have harm reduction approach. And then, or consult with people that are already on the ground or out there on the front lines, Métis people that are doing the work, what this might look like as well. We have to have a discussion, because we have the 2S LGBTQIA people. So what is that going to look like? We talk about how we're inclusive, but we have to really think about that and have some deep discussions on that, what it is. I identify as 2S, and so at times I wonder myself in terms of what are we have women, we're bringing them into these shelters because they've been traumatized. So we have to think about, do we want separate or together? And we have to be really delicate and think about those and be honest with ourselves and have those discussions. Any building has to be accessible. Security has to be built into it for the women and the 2S LGBTQ+, if they're there. And the list is there.
Thank you so much. Ashley, I really appreciate you bringing that up, because I will tell you, one of the 5 shelters is going to be a 2S LGBTQIA+ shelter. So I believe that Kate was over here. And this will be the last one, guys, because I'm sorry. I know the agenda is kind of messed up and we're really late. So go ahead.
Marcy Tanishi Kiowao, Buna Premiji, Jolin Paranton, Tishinikashon, Dalavilla Machifti, Shaponi Weekend. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jolin Paranto. I'm visiting from Medicine Hat, Alberta. I'm the only Métis Indigenous housing and homelessness navigator in our community, based out of Meossin Friendship Center. So some of the comments that we came up from our table is, in Medicine Hat, there is Métis urban housing properties, but they're all single-family homes. And so what we really need is Métis congregate living, because there's that disconnection from culture, because we don't have like a Métis urban housing staff, or she's retiring rather, but there's no connection to Métis culture for tenants who are living in those single-family homes. So pie in the sky, we would love to see some Métis congregate living. Some of the we say, rather than clients or our participants, we say relatives, because that concept of Vokotuin, we are all connected. connected and related, and everyone is someone's mother, brother, sister, parent. And so for our relatives, we would love to see more connection to culture encouraged in tenants in Medicine Hat, and then also like a Métis-specific cultural support worker for housing tenants. That could be me, but with my caseload, it's really just about getting keys to folks to have housing when they are unhoused. In our shelter services in Medicine Hat, we do have a co-ed shelter as well as like an excellent women's shelter. But of course, it's not Métis specific, and there are no housing navigators built into the staff. So if you're staying there for 21 days, you do need to connect to like community housing or myself if you identify as Indigenous. But it's really such a small team we are a smaller city, but certainly need outweighs availability for our time and supports. So we would also love to see more second stage transitional housing available. Of course, like any community, there are typically very long wait lists, additional low-income housing, but cultural programming tied into that, because connection to culture is medicine, absolutely. And building that community is really, when you know that you're connected to community and you have that to fall back on, that can give you the strength to leave a domestic violence situation. Additionally, we found that I find that one of the greatest barriers to starting over, if you don't have financial, like personal finance education. So in January this year, I launched Métis Money Moves. It's a personal finance budgeting basics course for adults who are learning to manage their finances, and it's an excellent tool. We've had about 50 individuals and families come through the course since January, and I know that has given, encouraged folks to start over and leave a situation that might not have been safe. So I'm really excited to be launching Métis Money Moves in 2023 on social media to bring that course to a wider audience outside of our community. I think, and just also, what we didn't hear touched on today, I wasn't here for the whole course, but emotional regulation courses for women who might need to acknowledge that they are sometimes the abuser. Certainly our men in community can be on the receiving end of domestic violence as well, and so we know that we need more emotional regulation courses for our women as well. Marcy.
Thank you so very much. So Joy, Brenda Joy. So Ashley, I guess what happened is that they forgot to put our Métis Perspectives report and Weaving Miskatoha. We've got a combined report, and they forgot to be put in the kits, but we have enough for everybody, so we don't have to just put one per table. We will, at some point when you go out, you can pick one up. We'll have them at the back table, okay? So actually, we want to move on to the next topic. We thank Andrew. There's going to be focus groups and interviews. There's going to be a lot more involvement and engagement. And if you guys have any notes from your table that you want to share with us, please pass them to one of my staff.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Long time no see. I don't know, Melanie took my job today. I'm joking. So our next session is the MMIG IWG Focus on Healing, Inquiring Questions with Lisa Pigeot and Angie Bear. Angie Bear is the Director of Gender-Based Violence Initiatives with LFMO. Angie was born in Bonnyville, Alberta. Her upbringing provided foundational teachings grounded in Métis culture, for which she is grateful. Her late father, Romeo Quinn, was a member of the Elizabeth Métis settlement located in northern Alberta, who was very proud of his Métis roots. Equally proud was her mother, Helen, who insisted she was a half-breed and corrected anyone who told her otherwise. Angie's mother remarried her stepfather, Alex Lucier, a Métis from Lease, Saskatchewan. For over 11 years, Angie was a family violence counselor and later became a cultural advisor at Pine Grove Correctional Facility near Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. After Pine Grove, she assumed a position with the Federation of Saskatchewan Indigenous Nations, working with MMIWG families and the Family Foundation Liaison Outreach Worker for 2 years. While at FSIN, she was invited to apply for an opportunity to oversee the Family Information Liaison Unit with the Government of Saskatchewan. She was successful in this completion and spent 2 years in this role. Prior to her leaving the FILU program with the provincial government in early 2021, she successfully finalized federal funding for a 3-year extension to the year 2023. On July 22, 2022, Angie accepted a new position as the Director of Gender-Based Violence Initiatives with LFMO Otipemisiwak, Women of the Métis Nation, a national women's organization, to gather specific Métis statistics that will inform the development of support for MMIWG families. Angie brings a wealth of experience and knowledge of MMIWG and working with families of missing and murdered loved ones in a culturally sensitive, trauma-informed manner. Angie has been married for 34 years to Ronald M. Bear, and they make their home on Musquedo First Nations just outside of Prince Albert. Together they have a blended family of 3 grown daughters and 10 grandchildren. Let's welcome Lisa and Angie.
Hello. Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is not an easy topic to approach. I just want to honor and recognize everyone in this room who may be triggered by any of the information we share today. And I would like to acknowledge as well that we have supports in the room if need be. And there's also a hotline that can be reached, and you can access any one of our staff to get contact with that hotline. So LFMO Otipemisiwak has been, the lead on MMIWG for the Métis Nation. And we have gone through a long process and an interesting relationship with the actual inquiry. What we know is that the report penned by the inquiry didn't include sufficient information or perspective of Métis women. And so LFMO Otipemisiwak penned a report called Métis Perspectives of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. You'll see that the one book that didn't get put in your kit is called Métis Perspectives, but it also includes our follow-up document that was penned with representation from each of our Métis Nation governing members, as well as representation from the Métis National Council, from our grandmothers, and some really important subject matter experts. And we worked with some really key government partners during that process, and there's 2 sitting in front of me. So I'd like to take a moment to call them out, although I probably shouldn't, but Grace Bourgeois from Surna, she actually sat with us on our committee, our Métis planning group for our Weaving Muskotaha report, and to help to provide insight and transfer some information back and forth. So Grace, I want to honor your contribution. We also have with us today, which was a wonderful surprise, is Melanie Berriot, also from Surna, and she heads the team within the Government of Canada for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls file. And correct me if I'm wrong, you're a director? Thank you. Thought I had it right, but wasn't sure. So I would like to honor your walk and your journey in helping us get through this very difficult subject, Melanie. I'm just going to take us back a step now. Métis Perspectives was a very difficult document to pen. I actually was able, with the support of one of our grandmothers sitting here to my left, to interview families and survivors of MMIWG. So you will see in that document there is
a specific family and survivors section. And I want to honor Linda for walking with me on that journey, and the families that we interviewed that helped us come to the information contained in the report. And every subject head under the section of families and survivors is a statement by one of our MMIWG families. So one of them that sticks out in my mind is one of our families, the daughter who was murdered, had said to her mother shortly before, "Who's going to make you breakfast when I'm gone?" And so you'll notice that in that document, that's one of our chapter heads, and it's all about what's left behind for the families after a person goes missing or murdered. And that is the single most important reason why we do this work, is to help the families and survivors pick up the pieces, and most importantly, stop it. Stop hearing about our missing and murdered Métis women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. We often see we actually had to go through the exercise because it's part of the process in identifying measurable indicators of success. Well, for me, there's no measurable indicator of success when you're dealing with MMIWG. So we choose to look at it from a perspective, how do we know that we're doing the right thing? We can't measure this because we do not know the complete picture of how many missing and murdered Métis women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, how many cases have come forward, because they don't have the opportunity to identify as such, because it's so much easier to identify a person under a pan-Indigenous term as Native, as Aboriginal, but very rarely do we have a person identified as a Métis person in terms of MMIWG. So when we go to the policing, when we go to different data gathering agencies, they have no answer to that question for us. And they have, still today, no mechanisms through which they can gather that information. And so I'm going to pass the mic over to my colleague Angie in a couple of minutes to further get into the gathering data and evaluation piece. But I just want to go another step further. You'll see halfway through that book, the part that's called Weaving Muskotaha. What we did with our governing members is we took all of our recommendations out of Métis perspectives, and we analyzed each for impact, not importance, but impact, and what we could do short, medium, and long term. And we put them into 6 different threads. The first thread was gathering and evaluating data. There's also relationship building, service planning and delivery, child and family services, healing and wellness, and justice police and policing. So from a Métis perspective, those are the 6 threads that we need to go through to ensure that we protect our women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. So I'm just going to pass it over to my colleague Angie about the data and evaluating.
So good afternoon, everyone. I like to stand because I like to see everybody that I'm talking to. So when we were talking about gathering some of this data, we have to understand the importance of it. So when we look at it, right now, policing do not have the statistics of how many of our Métis women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people have been impacted by our murdered and missing people. So if we don't have that data, we can't really speak to what can we do about it. And we can't really go to the government and say we have this many of our family, what can we do and how can we address this? And so it leaves us with this dilemma because we're across the motherland. Feels like an echo. Okay. So it's across the motherland, if we don't know what the data is and we don't find a way of capturing that data and owning it as Métis people, the government will continue to take the data and not share it with us. We won't know how many people are actually affected by this. We won't be able to provide the supports. So this is a really, really important part of the work that we're going to do. And I'm hoping that you understand how important it is, because it's going to be really hard to reach out to some of our families and ask them for some of this data. They're going to feel like maybe a lot of people have already knocked at their door and they want information. And we've not always been very trusting when they've asked us, when we've been asked for data. I know that if somebody came to my mom's door and they wanted to know about data of how many people lived in the house, she wouldn't be very forthcoming or very welcoming, you know, because it always meant they were trying to do something. She was just very untrusting. But if this is our own people doing it, and we're doing it to capture that information so that we can be in a better position to address those issues, that's why it's so important to have that data. And I know that if we don't explain that to the people that we work with, that piece is going to be missing, and they're going to not want to provide the data, and they're not going to see the importance of it. The other thing is how do we share our data and information across the motherland, from province to province, and how is that data going to be captured? How are we going to keep it and make it safe so that it's not shared with everybody, that it's confidential? And those are the things that we want to put into place before we even begin to do that work. And you're going to see that as we start unrolling some of these programs and we start putting this out there, we want you to know. And everything that we do with LFMO, it all comes from the women in this room. So we don't do something unless we have that understanding and that direction from this group of, from you, from the community, from our women, from the ones that we are to represent in a good way. So that's what I want to talk about right now.
Thank you, Angie. I'm so happy to have a person on our team that's specifically working with MMIWG for a long time, and I'm just going to give kudos to Lady Boss again. For a long time, she was a one-woman shop, and so when it came to doing work in pre-inquiry phase, it was Melanie, along with the board of directors of LFMO, and Melanie as the sole employee at the time, and she wasn't even an employee at the time. She did this on a volunteer basis. She was the one that made sure, first and foremost, that Métis women's experiences needed to be recognized in the process. So I just want to pause for the cause, and if we could all give Melanie a sign of gratitude for her dedication. And I know as soon as I get off get off the front, I'm either going to get a licking or called a word or called the brat. And I'm okay with that. I live up to those expectations. I just wanted to be really clear of something. LFMO is not a service delivery agency. We're a policy shop. So we write the reports, we forge relationships with the government of Canada, we make headway, we try to really understand the problem or the scenario that we're facing. But this information is to be used at the community level and with our governing members. That is why we do the work. It is not to bolster LFMO, it's so that our communities and everyone has the information behind them to go to the funders and say, we need this program in our community. So while you're in this room providing us feedback and looking at our documents, it's yours to use when you get back home. And when it comes time, so now we're going with, in terms of MMIWG, we're currently working on an implementation plan specific to the Métis Nation. When it comes time for the implementation plans and the eventual services that we hope will drop down quickly from that, it'll be our governing members and our communities that will be delivering the work, not LFMO. So we're honored to be able to set the stage for all of you to continue that work. So I want to offer you all thanks. So, oops, Lady Boss is making a movement here. Oh, I got an evil eye. So now it's the time for me to talk about bluegrass music.
I'm going to show her where the woodshed is. Actually, I said earlier that there was enough reports to go around. I guess Tamsin has informed us that we thought we had enough reports. I know we had enough printed, but somehow they didn't all end up here at the conference center. So what I want you to know is Tamsin, her email address and her stuff is available online if you don't have it any other way. We will mail you one if you want one. It is our Weaving Miss Katoa. The other thing that I really want to make a point to make you guys understand is when we talk about building relationships with government, we are also advocating and supporting things like oversight committees that are going to be accountable back to our Métis communities and our women that are going to report on what the hell is somebody doing now, because we've spent way too many years, and I know I get passionate about this stuff. We've spent way too many years, way too many dollars, and way too much nonsense to not start changing things now. So we want to see, what are you doing? We don't want to hear about the fluffy stuff. We want it to be real. And how many people have we saved from being a statistics around MMIWG at the end of this day? So I thank both of these women.
It seems I dodged the brat name. That comment, I'm quite relieved. So just actually Melanie went right into the next phase. So we're going to go right into, and no, I'm not reading off of notes. We don't have formal questions set aside. We have some guiding questions. But what we really want to know is if you could do one thing in your community to end missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA plus people, what would it be? One thing. I get a little bit uptight sometimes when we hear that we've been asked to identify the low-hanging fruit. I actually take offense to the term low-hanging fruit in terms of doing things that are important to our Métis communities and families. But if there's one thing that can be started immediately, that can begin making change immediately, that an idea that might be in your head to move forward with. So one single thing within your community that can be done to contribute to ending missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. So we're going to give it about, I don't have either of the facilitators' ears right now. How many? I think we have 10 minutes for this. So if you can come up with one single item. So I've just been informed that we do have a guest speaker on hold. So I'm just going to give it back to the facilitators. If you can, on the piece of paper that you were given, if you can come up with one thing that can be done immediately, we will provide it to Crystal, and we will make a list of those things, and that will help us when we move into the implementation phase. Thank you very much.
The other question that I'm hoping that you'll consider is we want to start collecting some of this data, and we want your input on how we're going to collect the data. If you could give us some indications of how you think that's best done. Do we go out and we meet with the people individually? Do we need to have, whatever that looks like, we want you to think about what's the best way to start collecting some of the data and to start talking about that, and what kind of supports your community needs to do that.
Hey, hello again, everyone. So I have another group of presenters here to talk about environment and climate, and they're from Parks Canada. So they're going to talk a little bit about urban parks, which is a new program. So they're joining us from Zoom. Their names are Victoria, Pascal, and Ed, and I'll hand it over to them. Oh, I think we have Victoria here. Hi, Victoria.
Hi.
Hello, thank you, and welcome. So I'll hand the floor over to you. We can hear you, we can see you.
Okay, great. And is the presentation shared there, or should I be sharing that?
Yeah, we can put it up on the screen for you, no problem. Oh, sorry, they're telling me to ask you to share your screen.
Okay, sounds good. I will do that when we get to the presentation. But yeah, thank you for having us here today and for inviting us to present and to share some more details on the National Urban Park Program. And we're really just hoping to kick off some explorations on possible interests and opportunities for Métis people living in urban areas. So we'll start by doing some introductions. So my name is Victoria Gallagher, and I'm an advisor on the Indigenous Relations team, working on the National Urban Parks and Ecological Corridors programs with Parks Canada. And I can turn it over to Pascal. And unfortunately, our colleague Ed was also supposed to join us, but he's unable to make it. So yeah, Pascal, over to you.
Thanks, Victoria. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. My name is Pascal Sala. I'm a project manager at Parks Canada, working specifically with the new National Urban Parks Program. I'm joining you from Halifax, and which is where I was born and raised. And I'm also the project lead for the candidate National Urban Park in Halifax here in Mi'kma'ki. So really excited to be joining you today and appreciate the time. Thanks.
Can you see that?
Hey everybody, I know it's been a really long day, but this is our last presentation before a break. So if we can just focus for this last Parks Canada. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. And we'll try to be as efficient as possible here. So as we mentioned, we'll be presenting primarily on the National Urban Parks Program. Today, at the end, there'll be a little bit of discussion on the Ecological Corridors programs, but as this program here is a bit more advanced, we really wanted to focus on this one for now. And yeah, we can get started. So Pascal, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Victoria. Yeah, so we could run through these slides very quickly. As Victoria mentioned, the goal today is really to introduce the new National Urban Parks Program, as well as our Ecological Corridors Program, just to provide some baseline information, as we are still in the early days of our work. but really keen to be very collaborative in our processes. So wanting to open discussions and set the stage for ongoing discussions, straight away. So a couple of slides just with some background. Some key milestones in the last couple of years include a speech from the throne in which the Government of Canada committed to protecting a quarter of Canada's lands and oceans by 2025, and that included in that work would include an expansion of urban parks. This was followed up in 2021 with, as part of a historic investment in Canada's natural legacy, a budget of $130 million specifically to create a network of national urban parks. If you go to the next slide, Victoria, please. We're about a year and a half into our program. It was announced on August 4th, 2021. And if you, for example, if you look at the Parks Canada website, you will now see that National Urban Parks is one of the main program areas for Parks Canada, right alongside national parks, national historic sites, and national marine conservation areas. So it's forecasted to be a very big area of work for us moving forward into the future as an agency. The benefits of urban parks are very well known and very well documented globally. We've chosen a few key benefits that we think are particularly relevant for our project as we start our work. I'm going to highlight 3 here, but I'll touch on them in detail on a further slide. One is protecting nature, the second is connecting people with nature, and the third is supporting reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And when we get to our policy framework, you'll see that these are 3 key benefits that are strongly integrated and anticipated to be kind of the core elements of our program moving forward. As I mentioned, we've received a budget of $130 million over 5 years. That 5-year period is 2021 to 2026, so already partway into it. This slide shows a bit of our work plan of what we anticipate to do from now until 2026. The first is developing a new national urban parks policy, because we anticipate that most of these new national urban parks will not be brought under legislation. They'll be protected by policy. So the policy is very, very important as we move forward. Also important to note, typically in government, a policy is developed and then a program follows afterwards. But we recognize that we're very new to the urban space. And so a decision was made to simultaneously launch our program and policy development at the same time. And this allows us a process where, as we learn from others in this space through 2026, we can take that learning and feed it up to the policy and vice versa. So both processes will influence each other, so that we ensure that at the end we have a policy that's really applicable to what's happening on the ground, and informed by the best knowledge that's available to us. We're looking to designate kind of that work on the ground includes designating up to 6 new national urban parks, with at least one of them being administered or stewarded by Parks Canada. So most of these new national urban parks will not be administered by Parks Canada. And we recognize that we cannot get everything done in just 5 years. So one of our biggest goals is just really establishing a very strong foundation to anchor this new network of national urban parks, with an expectation that a lot of work will continue to be done post 2026. A lot of that work, as you'll see on the next slide, will be in collaboration with others. Again, this program it's very ambitious, it's very large, and the urban space is new to us. So, we recognize that we need to lean on others and learn from others, and that will require a collaborative approach from day one. So we've highlighted, all the different levels of government that we're working with, recognizing that we're working a lot with conservation groups, and also other groups in urban centers, kind of like urban service organizations, I would call them, recognizing that urban parks, particularly since COVID, have become kind of key social and service spaces for different types of communities in our urban cities. So looking to bring a lot of diverse voices to the table as we do our work together. A key partner for us, we want to just highlight, is the work that we are doing and will continue to do with our Indigenous partners. So we see Indigenous partners as key partnerships in the development of both our national policy and our program on the ground. We're working with our Indigenous partners in the context of kind of nation to nation, government to government, and Crown Inuit relationships. That's the context in which, or the parameters that we're taking to all of our work with our Indigenous partners. On the ground at the local level, where we have our candidate sites, we are initiating engagement with the local Indigenous communities, being the treaty and Aboriginal rights holders, for the specific candidate park locations, but with a very clear recognition that there are a lot of other Indigenous-led organizations in the urban centers that will be kind of quickly brought in as key stakeholders as our work progresses. And I think I'll just pause here and turn it over to Victoria so that she can speak as one of our Indigenous Relations Advisor in a bit more detail to this slide in particular.
Yeah, thank you, Pascal. I can speak a little bit more to the national Indigenous engagement that we're doing right now. So the current focus of the national engagement is on the development of our new guiding national policy and tools. And that will inform, support the identification, creation, governance, operations of these new system of national urban parks. So as was mentioned, the policy is currently being developed alongside some of the more on-the-ground work that is currently taking place. So we are currently at varying stages of discussions and explorations with approximately 30 Indigenous organizations to help shape this new policy. And there's a focus on a distinction-based approach with national Indigenous organizations like MNC. And we are also working with targeted national and regional Indigenous organizations with specific expertise, such as in IPCAs, Indigenous-led stewardship, guardians, ethical space. And we're also working with Indigenous organizations with diverse perspectives. So these include national organizations representing women, 2S, LGBTQIA+, youth, persons with disabilities, non-status, and off-reserve groups as well. And so, yeah, that's kind of some of the preliminary work that we're doing right now at the national level alongside that local engagement that's currently taking place.
Thanks, Victoria. Our last few slides on urban parks just are meant to share some of the decisions that have been taken or some of the key ideas that we would like to put forward for consideration for the program with the different organizations that we'll be working with. The first is around governance. And so a decision was taken that national urban parks will not necessarily be administered all by Parks Canada, which is the traditional model. That is a possibility. You could have a national urban park that's administered by Parks Canada, just like a typical national park, a national historic site. But we are proposing a flexible governance model framework. So you could also have something called a national urban park that's administered by a municipality or by a First Nation or another Indigenous group or a private landowner, where Parks Canada is not really involved at all, except through kind of our policy requirements. The third model, though, that seems to be emerging of great interest in many of our jurisdictions is a partnership model. So national urban parks that bring together a number of groups with the intent to co-manage and co-govern these spaces. We've also put forward, on the next slide, you'll see a draft policy framework. So again, this is where I mentioned coming back to those big benefits around conserving nature, connecting people with nature, and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We recognize that when you look at kind of landscape level connectivity, the nature in urban centers is not disconnected from the other natural spaces across our country. The biodiversity there is very important. It's highly endangered in many cases. And so conserving nature is a key priority for our program and will be a key priority within our policy. Connecting people with nature, we're very much looking at this through the lens of diversity and inclusion, recognizing that there are many barriers for lots of Canadians and other people from around the world to connect and be in parks and connect with those lands. So through our policy, trying to proactively identify those barriers and ways that they can be mitigated or principles that can be put in place to help overcome those barriers. So we have some examples on this slide, like we're exploring things like free admission, public transit, and other actions that can be taken to support connecting people with nature. And finally, reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is another very important element, the third important element that we've identified from the outset for this program. So across the board at candidate sites, working very closely with those Indigenous partners, recognizing the leadership role for Indigenous peoples in these new national urban parks, and looking at opportunities, again, through the policy, how can we put principles in place that support, traditional activities on the land, connection to land, capacity building, employment opportunities. So these are some of the elements that Parks Canada is putting forward, proposing as a policy framework, recognizing these three elements are closely interconnected and interrelated and cross-sectional, hence the circle graphic. We're going to be putting out a policy discussion paper in the new year, looking for initial feedback on some of this thinking. And so we'd be really keen to hear from the individuals in the room and from your organization on these elements, and ensuring that they are reflective of what's best for all groups that could connect with these national urban parks. Just before ending, I wanted to highlight the 7 locations where candidate parks are being considered. So from west to east, we have the Greater Victoria area, Edmonton, Alberta, the Meewasin Valley in Saskatoon, Winnipeg, Windsor, Ontario, Halifax, Nova Scotia. We're pretty active in those 6 cities, and then we've begun early discussions in the city of Montreal. And finally, on the urban parks piece, just highlighting some of our next steps. So as mentioned, we see kind of meetings like this as our introductory conversations. We plan to do, we're hoping to do a lot more of outreach and engagement and collaboration with Indigenous partners, particularly at the national level in support of our policy. So we're compiling feedback and preparing to put out that discussion paper for public input. This is an interim policy that we'll be developing. So, lots of ongoing work, because we do see it as an evergreen document. So we'll be working on that for at least the next 12 to 18 months very actively, working with local partners in our candidate locations, and then continuing the process of identifying other potential candidate sites, particularly as we are potentially expanding our program to 15 new national urban parks to be designated by 2030. So those are kind of the key next steps coming up on the National Urban Park side. And I'll just turn it over to Victoria for a few last minutes to speak to you about ecological corridors. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Pascal. Yeah, I'll just touch very briefly on the national program for ecological corridors that Parks Canada is also working on, but we did want the focus to be on urban parks because that's the program that's a bit more advanced at this stage. So the nature legacy funding that the National Urban Parks program came out of is also committed funding for a national program for ecological corridors. And while ecological corridors may not directly create new protected or conserved areas, it will contribute to the effective management of existing and new areas. So it will help to address the dual crises of climate change and biodiversity loss. And here's just a brief overview of some of the program objectives. So collaboration with other levels of government, Indigenous partners, experts, and stakeholders, developing national criteria for ecological corridors, identify and map priority areas for ecological corridors, support on-the-ground work for corridors through funding towards conservation, restoration, and management, inspire others to take measures in support of a shared vision for ecological connectivity and corridors, and to promote and advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. So this is we just wanted to provide a very brief overview of the program just to introduce it, and as next steps, if there is interest, we can definitely share more information through email, or we can set up another meeting with the Ecological Corridors team to provide more information on that program as well. So that's what we have for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victoria and Pascal, for sharing that with us and making the time today. I think as we move forward with our Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas work, these two programs will be a really big part of that conversation, and we'll likely host some kind of engagement session on it. So if it's something that you're interested in, please let me know and keep your eyes peeled for those invites. But thank you both so much for sharing this with us. Oh, and we're going to take a 15-minute break. Be back at 4.
Hi there. Just want to let you know last names beginning with R through Z can line up.
Excuse me, ladies. Can I have all of the women from Ontario outside on the staircase to have our picture taken, please? All of the women from Ontario.
All right, everyone, I hope you had a good break. Oh, there's a picture happening. We're running really short on time, so we're just going to keep going. But the next presentation is UNDRIP, Building an Action Plan for Métis Women's Perspectives, with Melanie Amenijo, Lisa Pigeot, Angela Bishop, and Kate Curry. And and there's...
Angela, I can't believe you're still way over there.
Here comes Angela. Woo!
Where's Kate?
And we're looking for Kate. Oh, there she is.
Was that Pixie? I have no idea.
Mike. Hello. Mike.
Oh, there's a second one coming. Is this one not working? Okay. I can't blame them.
That's on.
Hello? Okay, mic 4 is working. So, Lisa was just telling me some of you might be going for dinner on your own, but you're going to miss a fun time if you do. I promise you that. We have, it probably is not a big formal dinner. I mean, I know we have had these feasts going on. Tonight is going to be finger foods, kind of like it was the first night. There'll be lots of nibbles to eat. And we're going to have Bernie Pico doing a special little craft stuff with all of us, for those that are crafty. And if you really, really are good, you can watch Melanie sew her finger between 2 beads. Okay, so my daughter told me that our agenda is way too heavy with way too much stuff going on, and she's as cute as a button, so she's advocating for you guys that we give you mercy. So this is the last big thing on the agenda for today, but it's an important part of what we need to do. Oh my God, now Lisa put a clock in front of me. So, oh, she's so bad. You're supposed to be on a clicker, never mind the clock. Okay. So anyway, what we want to start by saying is we'd like to kind of thank all of our previous presenters and those of you who offered your views on how we can better represent our communities, because all of those things are really important in the work that we do. And without you, we're not a voice for anybody if we're not your voice. So your ideas are helping us to develop this action plan on UNDRIP. And it's the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And I want to actually, I know they try to put me on script, but I'm not a good scripter. So I just want to kind of give you guys, from a community perspective, and I'm not a lawyer, UNDRIP was something that was developed within the United Nations back in the day when very few women were involved. So as Canada has now put legislation forward for UNDRIP, our job is to help build an action plan for it that represents us, and so that it doesn't reflect just the views of what a male lens was, because that, if you even look at what the international document of UNDRIP looked like, you will be able to tell that it was a very male-dominated process. And it isn't that I don't appreciate all the Indigenous men like Wilton Littlechild that worked for decades for things like this. But the reality is that now we need to modernize this and make sure that it reflects our young women into the future. How is that, Miss Lawyer? By the way, let me introduce my little panel here. Lisa Pigeot is our intergovernmental relations person, outside of just being my brat. And Angela Bishop has come to us from Justice Canada. I introduced her the other day. She actually is our lawyer that has much more of a legal perspective mind on a lot of the work that we do, especially around UNDRIP. And Kate Elliott, again, is our justice manager, who works closely with this team, not me, this team. And they're always putting forward our views on on UNDRIP in relationship to our intergovernment relationship with our Métis governments, as well as our position with Justice Canada. Want to go? Your slide 2. What is UNDRIP?
I'm on there.
Do you want Angela to do that?
Go ahead. You would like to do it.
Hello. Hi there, everyone. I just want to say that prior to coming up here, that Virginia had came to drop off a piece of paper to me from my sister and that, and so I'm going to take 1 second because I want to acknowledge my sister because she's my older sister, and I respect her and I love her, and she wanted me to acknowledge my heritage and my ancestors, and I'm a Métis lawyer, as Mel has said. I'm from the Métis community of Green Lake, Saskatchewan, and I am here on an interchange from the Federal Department of Justice. And I'm working on some of the UNDRIP stuff, but some other things as well. I want to acknowledge my mother, Rose Fiddler Richardson, that's her background. My father, Roderick Bishop, who both my parents were very active in the Métis rights movement. And I'm going to stop at Grandma and Grandpa Gwen. My grandma, Melanie Kennedy and Max Fiddler, and my grandfather, Alex Bishop, and my grandma, Isabel Fraser. So I just want to be able to, start off by acknowledging definitely the people who have contributed to me and my cultural development, including my sister. So going in now into the presentation, I have to put on my reading glasses. I'm not as young as I once was, but so what is UNDRIP? UNDRIP is an international instrument passed by the United Nations General Assembly that sets out the basic human rights of Indigenous peoples, including the right to self-determination, cultural rights, rights to equality, rights to land. The rights contained in UNDRIP are based upon a foundation of various sources of international human rights law. The declaration actually sets out minimum standards for the recognition, protection, and promotion of both individual and collective rights of Indigenous peoples. UNDRIP contains 46 articles, and recognizing that we're not going to go through all of the articles today, we'll probably have a discussion later on around some thematic clusters. But the rights that are included in the UNDRIP include rights to self-determination, rights to land, rights to territories, rights to natural resources, cultural rights, and also introduces the concept of free, prior, and informed consent for actions affecting Indigenous peoples. I also wanted to highlight, a few more rights that I think that are important, that are set out in UNDRIP, that as Indigenous peoples, we have the right to maintain and strengthen our distinct political, legal, economic, social, and cultural institutions. We have a right to self-determination. We have a right to self-government. We have the right to practice our culture and language. And that's really important because we all know the history of our experience as Indigenous peoples in Canada. We have the right to our own educational systems based on our own cultural traditions. We have the right to belong to a community in accordance with the customs, practices, and traditions of that community. I think we all had the honor of listening to Jean Taillé speak a little bit more about that right a couple of nights ago. We have the right not to be subject to forced assimilation. We have the right to live free from discrimination. We have the right to practice and honor our own traditional teachings. We have the right to practice our own culture and language. We have the right to improvement of our social economic conditions, including employment, training, housing, sanitation, health, and social security. So those are some of the rights that are set out in there, and I highlighted them because those are probably, from my perspective, some of the most significant challenges that we face in this country. In Canada, the government committed to the implementation of the declaration as a key step in renewing Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples. And the scope of those commitments are set out in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And as the Minister Lametti said this morning, it's frequently called UNDA or UNDA. The declaration is international human rights instrument that the Act can help interpret and apply in Canadian law. So moving on to.
We're trying to share this process.
So what is Bill C-15? That's the United Nations Declaration Act, or UNDA, as Angela just stated. And it contains three distinct obligations. So number one, it's the requirement to develop an action plan in consultation with us. And the action plan must include measures to address injustices, combat prejudices, and eliminate all forms of discrimination against women, children, gender diverse persons, and two-spirit persons. The second obligation is a requirement to, in consultation and cooperation with us, to prepare an annual report on the measures taken to ensure the consistencies of law and to implement the action plan. And number three, it contains an obligation an obligation to, in consultation and cooperation with us, to take all measures necessary to ensure the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration. There's a requirement to ensure that the federal laws are consistent with UNDRIP, and that it's being met through discussions between the Métis National Council, the Department of Justice Canada, as well as discussions between Justice and other Indigenous groups through our shared priorities tables. So, Kate, did you want to?
So the objective of this session is part education and awareness on UNDRIP and its implications, and part engagement, and we want to hear your views on the needs of your communities, because UNDRIP touches on almost everything. It touches on housing, it touches on access to justice, healthcare, education, child welfare, all of it. So in brief, we want to generate discussions to create action plan items that we can submit to the government to include in the action plan. So we've been listening the last few days as well, and we'll be hoping to translate some of your comments into those action plan items to include in our UNDRIP engagement report. In the past few days, we commend Alberta Métis women for their leadership in advocating for the representation of Métis women in the MNA Constitution. We also take to heart suggestions that have been made about the language we use in our messaging, that girls are not young women, that they are children, and that they have rights to be protected as children as well. We heard from Jean Taille about what our strategy should be. Our strategy, our objective, is to change systems and reverse the negative impacts that the dominant culture has had and continues to have on communities so that we can survive, but that is also not just a right, but a responsibility.
The action plan is an opportunity to input into how to change the patriarchal systems and force gender hierarchies that have been undermined in traditional roles and importance for Métis women and gender diverse peoples. Systems that have negatively impacted the entire Métis Nation and our communities are changing, and poor health and poor education continues, and with addictions, poverty, high rates of suicide, high rates of gender-based violence, conflict, and actually the list of social determinants can go on forever, as we know. And so here, actually, we want to talk about UNDRIP from an intersectional gendered lens approach. So there were only 2 sections, by the way, within the UNDRIP document that would allow us to have some influence on the gendered lens. So I just want to point that out. As Métis women and girls and gender diverse people, we experience multiple intersecting layers of discrimination because of our gender and gender diversity, class, age, identity, Métis women, and Métis women have experienced unique challenges and discrimination not shared by other Indigenous women. And we've all known that, like where we will be put forward as somebody that is not brown enough or too brown, or there just is so many layers around, and we talked about this many times, even with Jean, around just how complex and layered identity truly is, and how it affects and impacts us. And that's part of what we want to make sure when we're building an action plan and when we have input on a gendered lens process, that it reflects a Métis women's lens. So, Angela's turn.
I got this one here.
Oh, my boss is directing me. You'll see who really is bossy.
Hi there again. So as Melanie pointed out, there are actually 3 articles that are important in the declaration that reflect the requirement, I guess, that specifically relate to that intersectional gender lens. But the starting point for implementing the rights of Métis women, girls, and gender diverse peoples is recognition that all of the rights and freedoms recognized in UN DRIP are equally guaranteed to male and female Indigenous individuals. The UNDA Act I guess broadens that in the sense that it also reflects commitments to equality in the context of gender diversity and also in relation to Two-Spirit, and so it happens to be much broader. Métis women, girls, and gender diverse peoples have individual and collective rights and have the right to live free from discrimination. Protecting the rights of the entire community, especially Métis women, girls, and gender diverse people, is integral to the survival, dignity, and well-being of the Métis Nation.
It's like a hot potato up here.
She wouldn't even give me the mic this time. I saw that move. So there's 4 important messages. Non-discrimination and recognition of rights. The starting principle of UNDRIP is that all Indigenous peoples have a right to equality and non-discrimination in the exercise and enjoyment of their individual and collective rights. Article 44 of UNDRIP recognizes that the rights contained in UNDRIP are equally guaranteed to male and female Indigenous individuals. The federal legislation sets out a roadmap of sorts implementing UNDRIP and requires concrete measures to be taken to address injustices, combat prejudice, and eliminate all forms of violence, racism, and discrimination against Indigenous peoples and Indigenous elders, youth, children, women, men, persons with disabilities, and gender diverse persons and Two-Spirit persons. From this, we can take 4 important messages. The rights protected by UNDRIP are both individual and collective rights. The right to equality and non-discrimination offers protections to Indigenous people, including an obligation to take concrete measures to address injustices. This dual protection focuses on the conditions inherently required to maintain Indigenous people's way of lives and also focuses on attitudes and behaviors that exclude or marginalize Indigenous people from the wider society. The elimination of discrimination against women, girls, and transgender peoples will require governments, our government, and non-Indigenous governments to alter their internal affairs governing structures, implement laws and policies that facilitate substantive equality for Indigenous people, and regulate the conduct of both public and private sectors.
Kate.
Can you click the slides, Lisa? Click the slides. So self-determination is up next, leadership and decision-making. So the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, RCAP, noted that self-government refers to the collective power of choice. Self-government is one possible result of that choice. So Métis people have a long history of self-government and independent decision-making, and Métis women have played a role in that political and economic and social structure of Métis communities and governments, and have played a critical role in those. And protecting, promoting, preserving cultural and spiritual traditions, histories, philosophies. And in developing an action plan, we need to consider how Métis women, girls, 2S LGBTQ, QIA+ people will be authentically represented in all levels of the decision-making, especially at the higher level. We've heard from Jean Taye about one of our fundamental rights is our right to determine who is a part of our nation, the criteria for determining citizenship. And we also heard about the frequency of individuals who claim to be Métis, who are occupying positions of decision-making, and the fact that these individuals may be adopted by families, and that it is the family's right to make these decisions. But in determining who is a citizen of our nation, it is something that must be determined by the collective, because it is a collective right. However, you cannot separate rights from responsibilities. Where there's a right, there's an obligation and a responsibility to fulfill that right. And I will say that these are Angela's notes. So she will say that as a Métis woman who has worked within the Department of Justice, she has proudly proclaimed her identity. She identified because of a responsibility to her community and her family and to promote an understanding.
Yeah, I just wanted to build upon some of the things that Jean had talked about. Like with rights, there's also corresponding responsibilities, and so as a Métis person throughout my entire career at Department of Justice, I have proclaimed my identity. I did not identify for personal advantage. Like I didn't go in there because I wanted to enrich myself, because you probably could have got a job as a lawyer elsewhere as well. I identified because I have a responsibility to my community to promote an understanding of our communities. I'm there to represent my community, and this is the way I was taught. And that is my responsibility in also identifying myself as Indigenous. I was taught from my communities to govern myself higher than any codes of professional ethics, but the values of our community based on being honest, compassionate, loving, and kind. And so, you know, I think that it's also important when we're talking about rights to look about what our corresponding responsibilities are. And as we move forward in revitalizing our communities and as we exercise our rights to self-determination, we must identify ways to ensure, and this is really important, like we have to identify ways to ensure that your voices, your collective voices are heard in all levels of decision making. And the only way that can take place is by ensuring that the people who are also within government, who are claiming to be Indigenous, are authentically representing the communities and that. So.
Okay, I'm good. So we're at the protection of culture, language, religion, land, and traditions. And to save you guys much more technical conversations here, I'm going to try to speed this up, so I apologize. UNDRIP seeks to protect, preserve, and promote the culture, language, religion, traditional economies, traditional knowledge, and cultural expressions. You know what? It's hard to see with the light, but anyway, sorry. Thank you. Okay, where was I here? With traditional knowledge and cultural expressions of Indigenous peoples, the right to traditional medicines, health practices, and traditional economies include the conservation of plants, animals, and our rights. We have the right responsibilities to future generations and to protect the environment and predict capacity of traditional seeds and resources. Oh, look at that. This right is important because it's not only offers protections, but it also redresses the respect to taking of cultural, intellectual, religious, and spiritual properties. So we're going to move to the next slide. You guys, I know you're exhausted, and I apologize. I'm reading the crowd, and I'm like, okay, I've lost them all. Okay. And it is important. UNDRIP is important to all of us. I mean, I know that at a community level, people go like, what is that? But rights are important, and I want you to know that mostly people don't even know what their rights are. They don't even know when their rights have been violated. So part of us taking the time to do this, and this won't be our only engagement around UNDRIP, but part of us doing this is that it's important for us to learn that we have rights, that they're important. We heard people talk today about free, prior, and informed consent. Well, most people don't even understand what that is and probably haven't been engaged in many conversations around free, prior, and informed consent. So we need to make sure that we know what that is and that we're not just a ticky box, and that somebody sending us an email one day doesn't meet that requirement. So I do realize that all these things are important. There's health, economic, and social rights. Several articles in this declaration are intended to contribute to better outcomes for Indigenous people, to relegation to health, economic, and social outcomes. The Declaration recognizes that Indigenous peoples have the right to determine and develop their own priorities and exercise their right to control, develop, protect, and transmit their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, languages, food systems, sciences, technology. Indigenous people also have the right to be actively involved in developing, determining health, housing, and other economic and social programs, and to administer such programs through their own institutions. Oh, here's free, prior, and informed consent. Sorry, guys, I just got to kind of push through this. Articles 10, 11.2, 19, 29.2, and 32.2 impose an obligation relating to free, prior, and informed consent. As Métis women, we believe it is important to highlight free, prior, and informed consent, also referred to as FPIC. Free, prior, and informed consent, you know what, I hate acronyms, FPIC, imagine. Free, prior, and informed consent means that prior to decisions being made, well, it sounds like another STD if you ask me. Sorry. Made the impact on our lives of Indigenous peoples. Their consent must be based upon information that we can understand. Our consent must be given freely without being coerced, shamed, forced, and it must be given prior to decisions being made. Otherwise, we haven't given free, prior, and informed consent. And FPIC is reinforced in several contexts in the Declaration. Sorry, guys. I had to make it more funny than some of the technical stuff. So Ashley, I'm going to hand it over, though, to Angela to talk to you guys about some of the guiding questions. And we're going to have you guys do a couple of breakaway groups to try to help us inform what we need to put within our UNDRIP reports and engagement. Thank you. Oh, and much like all the other things we told you today, this is not going to be the only opportunity to do this. We're going to be coming out and doing focus groups and stuff. Are you okay? I told too many bad jokes about legal stuff. Anyway, no, we're just trying to get through this before the end of the day, and I apologize, but go ahead.
So we have a few guiding. Oh, first of all, I would like to really encourage everyone to take a look at the declaration article by article if you feel like you have the time. It's easily available online. I wish we had some hard copies here to give you. But even just to, glance over the areas that it covered, what those might mean to you. So we do have some guiding questions. I don't know if you'll be able to get to all of them in the limited time that we have, but we have an email that you'll be able to submit additional comments to. We really, really want to hear everything. This won't be our last engagement session. UNDRIP is huge, and we know there's a lot to hear about it. So for our guiding questions, okay. So of the rights described, which rights do you believe are critical to strengthen the rights of Métis women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender diverse people? What changes must government take to ensure that laws, regulations, policies, and practices are consistent with the individual and collective rights of Métis women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender diverse peoples? And what must government do to ensure that the free, prior, and informed consent of women is obtained when taking action that affects the rights of Métis women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender diverse people?
So I just want to add, could somebody, technical people, make those fonts bigger for people, please?
Mike? Am I on?
So Melanie, how about that Kate Curry that on day one we couldn't get to say 2 words? Hasn't she rocked it today?
So Ashley, we're going to give some more suitcases away. Crystal Davidson. Eleanor Creighton. Caitlin Innes, sorry. Okay, thank you. Rhonda Hodgson. Tara Bolio. Buloy? I'm sorry, I butchered your name. Lisa Tessier. Corinne Chow. Are you still coming? By the way, Ashley, she always gives me the French version of these names, and I go, yeah, no, I can't do that.
Santana Ruth Souden.
Perfect.
Suzanne Massup. Taryn Blackstock. Olivia McKenna. Catherine Verberg. Nicole Gagnon. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Patricia Paulson. Sheila Sebribam. Okay, I need to say that in English apparently. I lost the name already. Shelley Claus. Susan Vanderassel. Sierra Bazil. So remember 24. Lindsay Rogers. Charlene Lance. Lorelei Lance. Virginia Lacroix. Madison Marwood. Suzanne Fortin. Woohoo. Okay, I'm supposed to say it in English. Suzanne Fortin. Lynette Desjardins. Sharon Deschamps.
Okay, so we'd like you guys to be in breakaway groups. We've gotten the font to be bigger, and if you guys could have a conversation and write down, I think there were papers brought to your tables. If you could write down some of the things around the guiding questions that have been asked.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Okay. So we can do it tomorrow morning or something? Yeah. Okay. Can we do Yeah, no, okay. All right. I'll let them, I'll let them know that. I'll leave this here. That third one back. On this row. On this one, yeah.
So, for the candy table, I just had one recommendation.
Oh, yes, Paulette.
And I did do the e-introduction. I sent it off, so you should see it in your inbox. So thank you for that. What did you? I don't know. I get that all the time. I get especially, yeah.
her suitcase, right? Because her name hadn't been checked off. Okay, so that was one of the ones. Yeah. Well, we were trying to, but we're in the other room, so it got confusing. Well, working? Well, I don't know. That's. I know. Well, mostly it was just, there was a lot of tasks that I kept busy with. Me too. Me too. But there's, I know, but not everybody puts themselves in the line of work. Yeah, but so I actually, and there's a part now that I'm, it keeps me less sleepy out there because I'm busy than in here. So the last thing I'm doing is just picking up evaluations, and then we're done. I sent them. Yeah, but we just put them out just for them to, because some may not be here in the morning or not fill it out. Okay. Well, we're leaving the rest of the suitcases. Yeah. And I'll be here all day tomorrow. And I'm coming here tonight. I want to do the beading. Yeah.
We know that some people were asking for the rights. We've tried to put them up there, but their writing's very small. But if you need to run up to the screen and have a look to help, remember as you're doing some of the questions. But the challenge, of course, is then the engagement questions are gone now.
Good. How are you guys? How do you feel for your presentation? Huh? How do you feel about your presentation?
I feel like we could have had a whole 5-day conference on it.
Yeah, for sure. sure. For sure.
So, you know, but I'm hoping to see good feedback. I'm excited to see what people would put down on their list. I was going through the ones that people have here, the indigenous exercising, and that was really important. I'm really trying to search for people. I'm not going to have a lot of time to talk to them.
Yeah. Do you guys have space for like a networking session or something? So you guys are you're holding it down good. So. mind taking one of the banners? Sure. You ready to use your phone or mine? Yeah. As a no Q&A? I don't want to fall off. Okay, you ready? Check 4. Hopefully that is like. Hey, what's your name? Paul Troy. Ashley. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, I know, I know. Sorry? No, 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 no. That's for sure. It's an accident. Yeah. And then Kate in the back. You have to stand in the middle. And then Kate. Oh yeah, you guys are in green. Because they're matching, right? Blacky green, blacky green.
Mike! Sorry about that, guys. Are we awake now? So what we're going to do is all the input, we'd like you to make sure that you get all the papers. We know it's late. We know you guys have had a massive day. If you bring all the papers to Kate, Kate will pull them together and transcribe them for the team. And then Ashley, so we wanted to let you know that the beading workshop starts at 6 o'clock. Yes, Bernie? Oh, yes, Bernie's over there. And she'd love to have all of you here watching Melanie sew her fingers together. Anyway, so please come and join us if you can. And hopefully you guys all have a great evening. Whether you come or you don't, I hope you have a relaxing and good evening. And I thank you all for being here and putting up with us all day.
Check 1 2 2 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. How come the game's down so much? Did you adjust that? Check 1 2. Testing 1 2.